Good morning. My name is Satanas Gochev, and I would like to welcome you to our Technology Day. After the Art and Tech of 360 video and the VR walkthrough, we are back along with the new university and the new university logo with the same tradition to present hot technology topics from distinct and sometimes controversial or sometimes surprisingly similar viewpoint. And what better topic in these times of change than motion? With no further delay, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Anu Juslin, Director of Innovation Services and Infrastructure, for welcoming address.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. And on the behalf of the new university, I wish you all warmly welcome. We are a little bit over 100 days old university, and together with the University of Applied Sciences, we form a community of over 30,000 students and 5,000 professionals. So nationally, we are now almost the second biggest university. Our strategy is actually saying that we are going to make impact through integration. And what it actually means in the research strategy, it means that we are integrating disciplines, we are integrating the R&D and I, so from the research through the development and innovation to innovations. It also means that we are integrating the research to the society, to the industry, to the public sector and so on. And infrastructures like CIVIT is one very important instrument for doing this. Going back to the year 2013 was the first time when we talked with Atanas about CIVIT. And already back then, Atanas has an idea that this is not just a research infrastructure for the researchers. This is something more. This is for the whole society. And he already back then had an idea how it will be running with the society, how we have users from all disciplines, from all different sectors. And that was something totally different than the other infrastructures back then had. This is really a topical issue because yesterday we started building the new national infrastructure. It was the first workshop opened by the Ministry of Education and Culture and Academy of Finland. In the first time when we tried to have CIVIT to the roadmap back 2013, it was not successful. But for the next funding goal, there were funding directed to the infrastructure, and that was like the start then, having the resources to build up something unique. And now we are again applying funding to make it this even bigger, make it this something which we will make it a national infrastructure, and hopefully having a long commitment from national point of view, but definitely from the university side. So we have decided that this proposal, together with other university and University of Arts, it's our flagship for the infrastructure goal. So with these few words, I would like to wish you a very inspiring day, maybe an emotional day, and good luck for the CIVIT. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Anu, for the inspiring words. I have to mention that Anu has been a big supporter of CIVIT since 2013, since the first academy, if you recall. And then through all these bumpy changes and adjustments we had along the years. So through you, we want to convey our acknowledgement and gratitude to the university leadership for the continuous support of our efforts and endeavors. And directed to the program. So today we have few speeches and few demos. Tell me how you look, and I will tell you how you move by Teemu Alde. Teemu comes from one of the strongest graphics and vision groups, and we hope to learn more about the relations between appearance and motion. Then another quite different angle toward the motion is about the motion induced by music. And this will be discussed in the presentation by Petri Toiviainen from the Finnish Center for Interdisciplinary Music Research from University of Jyväskylä, which will end the first session, and then we are going to have a half an hour coffee break. And you are welcome also to visit the premises of CIVIT, where we are going to demonstrate the latest procurements. Some thermal camera, hyperspectral camera, time of flight by Basler, 8K display along with Dolby Atmos and so on. However, the main demos are going to be in the afternoon starting at 3 p.m. So we expect you to be back after the coffee break to follow the short tutorial about what is possible with the motion capture equipment given by our own Olli Suominen. And then we'll jump to another technology for motion sensing to be presented by Jussi Collin. I thought he was our colleague from the university. Now I see that there is something like GC inertial OI. So it is going to be a combined viewpoint from an academic and entrepreneurial viewpoint, probably. We have 1 hour lunch break. You are on your own. I hope you are able to find something eatable in the cafeterias and the restaurants around. And the afternoon session will be devoted to the visiting demos. So they will be first presented in presentations and then will be demonstrated in the CIVIT lab. We have this excavator in the poster, and then we are thinking that probably it's good to have also a presentation about the motion related with this important type of machines. So we are very grateful that our colleagues from Novatron, Antti Kolu was able to come and to speak about their take on motion. And about the dancer, we are going to have a dancer, maybe not looking exactly as on the poster, and this is because of the mixed reality application, which is going to be demonstrated by Mikko Karsisto from Kehu Interactive. So the demo starts at 3. Downstairs in CIVIT there will be also refreshments, so you are welcome to end the working week in a good mood, in an informal environment, and probably interacting with clever colleagues. Before going along the program, just to say a few words about CIVIT. For some of you this will be a kind of mild repetition, but for the newcomers, CIVIT is the Center for Immersive Visual Technologies, which is an infrastructure unit established in 2015 after a long proposal fixing process and getting funding from the Academy of Finland and then Tampere University of Technology. And we structure our services around research projects we support, around talented students we work with, and with around industrial partners we interact with. On the side of equipment, we have probably any possible high-end cameras and sensors, ranging from high frame rate through omnidirectional or through depth cameras and different spectral modalities. Then also any possible modern displays, also display prototypes like this light field display. People who haven't seen it are very much encouraged to come and see it during the demos. We have also some platforms for capturing imagery in different conditions, ranging from drones to sport utility vehicle maybe, or a robotic arm, even audio. And then range sensors, of course, high-end or more mobile. This highly acclaimed omnidirectional treadmill for experiencing the motion within virtual reality environments, and any other VR and AR equipment is also available for using by the research communities. So we pay special attention to the partnership, and we are actively seeking for partners. Anyone can be a CIVIT partner. And of course, we are more focused on establishing strategic partnerships. And these are probably the most active partners for the last few years. I would like to end with the people behind CIVIT. Now, I was going to call them on stage, but I don't see all of them. So probably you'll have to make your own connection between pictures and then persons. Pasi Pertila is our new staff scientist who started at the end of last year, and he's going actually to host the first session. So you will get to know him. With Olli and Robert, we have been from the very beginning, and now they are both running the most important projects, either industry or European related projects. We have our energetic coordinator, Sarjane. Probably you have met her at the registration table. And she's running the platform, partnership platform program, and also organizing the events and the online presence of the center. And last but not least is Ahmed, our CIVIT master, who is also somewhere fixing probably something at the last moment. Then we have, of course, excellent university and faculty level support. And we usually end these introductory presentations with acknowledgements to Academy of Finland for this generous initial funding, to the universities, the previous one and the current one, the faculty, the laboratory of signal processing, which used to be our main research unit, and now we have this unit of computing sciences and the signal processing research community, which we originated from. Okay. So anything else? Just to wish you to sense the move. Thank you. Sorry.
Can you hear me? So thank you much, Atanas, for the introduction. My name is Pasi Pertila, and I started here at CIVIT, joined the CIVIT team this year. And my background is on audio signal processing and machine learning. And to tie in with today's topic, audio and acoustics is about vibration, and that's essentially motion of the particles. So we can see that this team covers many areas of science and different disciplines. Okay, so our first talker today is Teemu Oldiek, and he's gonna start our theme of motion. Teemu obtained his master's degree from the Aalborg University in Vision, Graphics and Interactive Systems in 2015. Since 2016, he is a PhD student at the Computer Graphics Lab at TU Braunschweig. Last year, he was a visiting PhD student in the Real Virtual Humans and Graphics Vision and Vision groups at Max Planck Institute for Informatics in Saarbrücken. He works in close collaboration with the groups on the topic of monocular human shape reconstruction. His work has been published in various computer vision conferences, including CVPR, 3DV, and GCPR. So without further ado, let's welcome Teemu to the stage.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. So I will talk about shape and motion. So the title of the talk is Tell Me How You Look and I Tell You How You Move. So yeah, we already saw this, or we already heard this. So I obtained my master's at Aalborg University in Denmark. I'm a PhD student at TU Braunschweig in the computer graphics lab headed by Markus Magnor. I think he was speaking here last year, maybe. And I'm working in close cooperation with the Max Planck Institute for Informatics, specifically with the Real Virtual Humans group headed by Jared Ponsmall. So what will this talk be about today? So I will demonstrate that I basically just need one photograph of you in order to make you a professional ballet dancer. So what do we see here? Well, on the left you see a picture of one of our students. And on the right you see a virtual version of him performing ballet dance. And of course he's not actually a ballet dancer, so this is just a simulated sequence. However, what we see is a rich 3D description of a motion sequence with a 3D body shape. So apparently 3D shape can be used to effectively describe motion. But let me convince you a bit more. So what we see here the same as motion sequence as before, but rather simplified. Every green dot we see corresponds to the position of one of the principal joints of the body. And even though it's the same sequence again, we have a much harder time to understand what's going on here. And it's only natural since a lot of information is abstracted away. If I add a skeleton, I think the picture gets a bit clearer. But still a lot of information is missing. We cannot see if it's a male or female subject performing. We cannot see if it's a short or a tall person, or if it's a skinny or a big person. And we can also not see which muscles are activated to perform this motion sequence. And again, we see a bit more here. Now we see it's a person, it's a male, probably a male person with an average height and an average weight. And we also get a notion of the muscle activations and how the fat is moving. So we get a much better picture now of the motion. And finally, this is the sequence I showed you before, and we see that identity of the person is revealed. Yeah. But unfortunately, we are not there yet. There's still a lot of information missing in this sequence I showed you compared to what we actually would see in the real world. Well, the reason for this is that humans are quite complex. So here we see something that was missing in the sequence I showed you. And this is something we also want to explain if we want to explain human motion. And this is soft tissue deformation. So these are all sequences of 3D scans of different subjects. And what you can see in these 3D scans is that we all jiggle a bit, some more, some less. But if we want to fully understand human motion and also be able to simulate realistic human motion, we need to understand this jiggling also. And of course we all wear clothes, at least usually. And all these clothes, they create motion too. They create unique wrinkle patterns. The fabric moves dependent on the pose we take, on how fast we move, and so on and so forth. And this is also something that needs to be modeled if we want to simulate realistic human motion. So again, shape models help us to understand motion, but the question is, how do we build them? Let's start with some basic work. This is work by Lopa et al. I'm not part of or not author of this work, but this is some fundamental work my work bases on a lot. And I think from here we can understand how we basically can start with how to create 3D shapes. So the idea of the authors was to collect thousands of scans of people and ask them to take various poses. So what we get is a data set of different shapes of people and different poses of people. And what they finally built from these scans is a model of shape and pose. So this is called simple. It has a set of pose parameters, it has a set of shape parameters, and you can just with these two vectors in, you get a 3D shape out. So how is simple built, or what's the math behind it? So what we start with is just a template. This is just a human shape built by a designer, and it has a set of joints. These are these white dots you can see, and a set of blend shape weights, so you can pose this model. But this has nothing to do with the actual real shapes you see in the motion. This is just made by a designer. To make this realistic, the authors added a layer on top of this template. This is just on this layer corresponds to the principal components of the shape of the shapes they scanned. So now we are able to take the slider and change the shape to shapes we saw in the data set. And now that we add another layer on top, and this is again changing the shape. Why is that? Well, if we change our pose, also our shape changes. So what looks a bit odd right now is basically just the shape we take once we are in the pose. So finally we pose the model using this blend shape, and now that we have a realistic shape of the human. So apparently 3D scanning helps, but the question is, does it scale? Who of you has a 3D scanner at home? Yeah. Who of you has access to a 3D scanner? At least one, okay. So apparently 3D scanning can't be the solution if we want to build, if we want to digitize ourselves. So what do we have all access to is video and photo. Probably all of you have a smartphone. I can see some already. So just to give you some numbers, we have 300 hours of video that are uploaded to YouTube every minute. We have more than 3 billion smartphone users worldwide, and we have 4.5 billion photo shares on WhatsApp daily. So this is really a lot of data. And this is the data I want to use, or I'm using in my research. So this is what I'm doing. So on the left side, you see a video of the subject. And on the right side, you see a digital version of him performing the same motion as seen in the video. And this is in 3D. So we could change the viewpoint of the video. We could do various things with it. Yeah. So this leads us to the first work I want to present you. This is a video-based reconstruction of 3D people models. This has been presented on CVPR last year, and it's joint work with the folks at the Max Planck Institute in Saarbrücken. So previous work, they tried to model pose and shape before, or they did it. But what they used are these models I showed you earlier, simple, or there are also other models. So they were describing what they're seeing just using these models. Well, as you can see here already, this is not really describing the whole scene. This is just a naked human that is taking roughly the pose as it is in the image. So, and we wanted to go beyond that. And for this, we revisited an old technique, namely visual hull. So what is a visual hull? In a visual hull, you take pictures of an object from various angles. And then you shoot rays into the scene. And these rays then form a visual hull. So they form a 3D shape that you can then use, that you can then calculate. However, as you saw in the video before, we have a little problem. Our subjects are moving in the sequence. So we have not just, basically not just one shape, but a lot. We use in this work 120 frames, so we have 120 unique shapes. So what's the way around this? So what we started with is, again, this model I showed you earlier. So we fitted each of the model to each of the frames, and so we have a rough description of the scene already. So we have 100 different fits of 100 different frames and 120 different poses. So how do we continue from here? What I show you here is basically the same I showed you before. On the right-hand side, you see again the silhouette of the person. On the left, you see the same image but slightly tilted. So we basically look from the side now. The red outline is just the silhouette again. And the blue lines are rays shooting from the camera into the scene, forming this red outline. And now we can find correspondences between the rays and the surface of the screen model. And after establishing these correspondences, we can do a nice trick. We know how the point on the surface was posed, because it's just a function of pose and shape. Simple is just a function of pose and shape. So we can invert this function. So we know how to bring back this point on the silhouette, on the surface back to the canonical 0 pose. And while doing this, we can take the rays with. So what we did is we just brought the image. We just brought the image into the 0 pose, each of the images. And now again, we have a visual hull problem. Because now we have 120 frames. They are all now in 0 pose. What you see here, these red dots are basically rays or the nearest point of a ray to the surface. And as you can already see, this forms a cage or a visual hull again. So what we can now do is we can try to optimize the interior naked shape to match this visual hull. And for this, we take back the simple body model, but extend it a bit. So this is just the simple body model formulation, as I showed you before, with just one added component, this D. And this D is just a vector field on top of the body model. This describes whatever is not modeled, what is not part of the model. So everything that is unique about this shape. And actually, this formulation gets even easier. We can cross out a lot because we're in 0 pose already. So it's just a optimization function of the offsets and the shape. And this can be optimized by just minimizing the point-to-line distances of the camera rays and the surface. And of course, we also use some regularization to make this smooth and nice and to remove all the noise. And now you can optimize from naked shape to closed shape or unique shape. So this is the input to the method. And this is the output. And this is all monocular single camera. And of course, this works for more than just one subject and with various backgrounds. And one of the cool features is that since we are internally using this simple body model, we can just use this shape we created and animate it and create new motion patterns. On 3DV last year we presented also an update. I won't talk about this today, but just to see, just to show you, to give you a quick teaser, we optimized the shape a bit more. We created a nicer texture, and these are some of the results of the extended method. So, and if you like this and you want to try it out yourself and you want to digitize yourself, the code and the dataset is available for research purposes. You can just go ahead and download it. So, why don't we stop here? Well, so in the last method we used 120 frames. What is kind of cool because we got a lot of detail, but the pose estimate, we need a pose for each of the frames. And this is actually a bottleneck. In this method, it took about 1 minute per frame. Nowadays, there you can probably find CNN-based detectors that are a bit faster, but you need accurate poses, and this is still a problem. Also, since it's an optimization problem, you really need these good poses. You need a good initialization, otherwise you will just end up with noise. And it's also sensitive to local minima because it's an optimization problem. And this leads us to the next project I wanted to show you. It's called Learning to Reconstruct People and Clothing from a Single RGB Camera. It's almost the same authors again. And it will be presented on this year's CVPR. So it's not presented yet, so you're one of the first to see it. And as the title says, it's learning involved this time. And we have the same setup again. On the left, you see a person performing this rotation in A pose. And again, we create a shape of the person. This time it's not animated, but we could essentially do the same. So instead of taking 120 frames, unfortunately the video is not playing. Well, okay, didn't work this time. So instead of taking 120 frames, we just take a small number of frames. And this here we show 4. In the paper we use 8 a lot, but we can actually use various numbers of frames. And we take just these 4 to 8 frames and segment them using a off-the-shelf segmenter. So this is the input to our method. And yeah, it's the input to what we call Octopus. Octopus is a CNN, so the input to this modeled RG is a set of images. And the output is already a 3D shape. So it's not optimization this time, but inference using a neural network. And the cool part about this method is that the input is images, and the output is 3D vertex locations. So we're changing the modality. So what we have to do is we encode the image information to a shared latent vector, and from this vector we decode the 3D location of the vertices. But since we have to go through this latent vector, we lose some detail. And to recover this detail, we basically take inspiration from the last method and also estimate 3D poses of these input images. So at test time, we can simply estimate also 3D poses, and we can then use them to render and compare against the input images. So we can refine the shapes we have our network predicted via optimization to a better and create a better and more detailed shape. And so we can also choose for how long we want to do this. So we get the initial estimate after a few hundred milliseconds or maybe 100 milliseconds. And then we can say, well, we want to optimize for 10 seconds, and then we get a much better shape. So how can we train this? For this training, again, we need ground truth data. And for this our ground truth data is again a data set of scans. This time it's people in clothing. So we collected a large data set of people in clothing. But as you can see here, these people just take various poses, and we want to make them, poses we probably don't want to have during training. In this project, we took A poses, so we want to have them all A poses. So what we did is we registered again the simple body model to the scan. So the scan is now driven by the body model. And what we can now do is we can simply repose it to create unique new poses and also shapes. We can also change the fitness, if you want to say so, of the models. And this is some of the results of the method. You can see you get really cool shapes that we can then set to various poses. These are just some poses from the data set. So this is not the pose the person was estimated in, just for visualization. And of course, this also again works for real world data. It looks kind of cool, and this time the optimization takes 10, maybe 20 seconds before we were in the hour and the magnitude of almost hours. And again, if you want to try this, both the code and the network weights are available on GitHub, so feel free to try it out yourself. But actually, the ultimate goal would be to create a shape from just a single image. And this shape should be detailed. What do I mean by detailed? By detailed, I mean it should have hair, it should have clothing, it should have all these folds and wrinkles we can see in the picture. Well, and this actually leads us to the last project I wanted to present today, text to shape, detailed full human body geometry from a single image. Again, with almost the same authors. And this is unpublished work, so you're one of the first. You can actually see this. Not many people have seen this before. It's an archive. You can see it there, but it's not published yet. Yeah. So we made some observations. Some of them I already told you while presenting. So if you build your method on a silhouette, you ignore actually a lot of information. You have really good information about the outline of the person, but you ignore completely the interior. And one interesting cue is shading. So yeah, how the light changes the appearance of the shape. And this I already also told you. So if you go from vertices, if you go from pixels to vertices, you have an unaligned problem. So you have to go through some low-dimensional latent code to change the modality. But if you want to compare vertices and pixels, you can do this via rendering, but you have to have 3D poses in order to recreate the image and compare. So this inspired us to a slightly different pipeline that you can see here. So input to the method is just a photograph, but then we transform it into a different representation, namely a UV map. And from this UV map, we estimate normals and displacements that then can be, again, applied on the 3D shape with the same mapping. So we have here an aligned image-to-image translation problem. We go from UV map to UV map. You don't change the modality any longer, and this helps. So, but what is this UV map? So a UV map is basically just a 2D representation of the surface. Every triangle, every face of the surface has just a counterpart in this 2D, two-dimensional image. So we just have a mapping between the 3D surface and the 2D image. And of course, every triangle is mapped. This is used a lot for texturing, for example, but also for other things. For example, these normal maps I'm using. And, maybe you know this, but I really like this tweet. So nothing better than Christmas chocolates to explain UV mapping. So you just take this 2D image and wrap it around your 3D shape. So, but how can we go from the image to the UV shape? We only have the mapping between the 3D shape and the UV map. Well, there comes dense pose to the rescue. Dense pose is a method that was presented, I think, also last year in CVPR by folks from Facebook. So dense pose gives us a 2D pose of the image. But this 2D pose is encoded in UV coordinates. So every pixel in this dense pose detection mapped to a point in this UV map. And with this, we can then simply build a unwrap or a text or incomplete texture, but just taking the input image and the dense pose detection. Then we look up the pixel in the dense pose detection and write it into the UV map. And this then we have an incomplete texture, basically, so to say. And this is then the input to our text shape network. So text to shape is a pix-to-pix style generative adversarial network. So we have a UNet generator that goes from this incomplete UV texture map to the normal and the displacement map. And then we have a discriminator that tries to understand if this is a real or a fake UV map and displacement map. So then, and the target of the generator is to fool the discriminator. So the generator learns from the discriminator how to fool it and how to create a really real displacement and a normal map. And then this normal map and this displacement map you can just apply on the naked surface again using this UV mapping. So how do we train this? Again, we have this data set I showed you before with this roughly 2,000 body scans, and from these body scans we created this normal and displacement maps, and we can just render these images, these scans to create realistic images. And we did this also with different poses and varying illumination. So this time we are not restricted to these A poses, but we take whatever pose and we render it with different illumination to simulate realistic illumination conditions in real-world images. And it turned out that that works really, really good. So what do we see here? On the left-hand side, you see the input image. Right next to it in gray is the 3D shape that was used to render this image. And in green, you see our result. And what you can see is that also on the back side of the model, we see clothing folds and wrinkles. And this is, of course, because the generator learned from the discriminator that a realistic displacement has wrinkles also on the back side. So our network can not only estimate what's in the image, but also hallucinate what could be on the back side of the model. And this also works quite well for realistic images. You see a lot of results here. So this is probably the case because we rendered these scans in various conditions, and the network can generalize to real-world data well, while being only trained on synthetic data. And again, you can see here that there are realistic wrinkle patterns also on the back side of the model. And yeah, just some comparisons. On the left, you see BodyNet and Cyclopy. These are voxel-based methods, so they go from images to voxels. And you see they are really lacking some detail. In the middle, you see a method that is just using the simple body model. So this is all you can get without displacements or displacement maps or whatever. And then in purple, you see the result of the method I showed you earlier. This is using 120 frames, while this new method only uses one single frame and runs in 50 milliseconds. So this is quite a leap forward. And you can see these new models feature the highest level of realism. And again, code and model will be available, so it's not available right now. But once this paper is published, hopefully soon, I will make all of this available for the research community. So the question is, what's next? Well, there's still some part missing. One thing that's missing is what I showed you in the beginning. We still don't know how these wrinkle patterns are formed by motion. We saw in our last work that we can mimic wrinkle patterns, but we still don't have a model of it. We still don't know how to form them. If you want to repose the model, how the wrinkle patterns should change. Another thing that's missing is hair. We have no idea yet how the hair changes with the pose, with the motion. What you see in our results is basically just a helmet. It's had nothing to do with hair. It looks nice, but it's not hair. So this is something that's completely missing in our models. And if we take a step further and maybe go beyond pose and shape, there's another interesting thing that we would like to study or understand. This is social interaction. So how do we move? What gestures do we do when we interact with each other? So let's draw a conclusion. So 3D virtual humans help us to understand shape and motion of real humans. So if we want to achieve realism, we need to learn digital humans by capturing real ones. So we can learn how the real humans look like and how they move and how they deform basically by learning digital models, and we learn these digital models from the real ones. So, and consumer camera data will help us to learn better models. As I said before, the 3D scanning can't be the solution. We don't have 3D scanners at home, so we need to take the data that we have, and this is consumer camera data. And yeah, one of the main missing components in current statistical body models is clothing. So the next step is hopefully clothing, and people are already working on this. So how does our clothes change while we move? Yeah, thank you. I think we have time for questions.
There's one question. I'll bring you the microphone so we can all hear.
Hi, I'm Carita from the Art and Media from DAMK. So have you used any data that is available in the animation industry? Because it sounds to me here, because I know a couple of things about it, and it sounds to me that you're reinventing the wheel, because the animation industry has been researching these things for the last 90 years.
Well, we don't use data from the animation industry. These models we use well, it could be that they are available in the animation industry, but not for research purposes. So it's freely available models that we use. And I'm not aware that there are video-based reconstruction methods in the animation industry.
There are those two, and I mean, the animation industry has been researching movement and clothing and how hair and everything works for 90 years now.
Yeah, but it's, as far as I know, it is often driven by an artist.
No, actually not.
No, actually
It's,
not. Okay, then maybe
yeah,
we
like
need to take
Walt
this offline
Disney.
and to show me what.
Yeah. Walt Disney Studios has a lot of engineers who have been really doing a lot on these things for like 60, 70 years now.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? So I have one question. So you're focused now on the human model, obviously, and you have the canonical model for the human. Could you kind of consider extending this model to different shapes, let's say animals and then objects?
Actually, there is work on this, not
Okay.
by me, but by the folks who actually released this first model. They have a model of animals too.
Okay.
Simple question. Does this model can capture like really tiny movements like finger movements or even the toes?
The model I'm using is not capable of using this, but there's a new model that is released or will be released very soon that also features face and fingers.
Okay. Any more questions? Maybe just a final question. You showed these kind of renderings of the bodies in the kind of, let's say, hypothetical poses. How do you evaluate like the success of the degree of realism? Is it by subjective analysis or have you any objective methods?
Both. We have, for the first two papers, we measured, we have rendered out scan sequences, so we know ground truth, and we just measured like the surface-to-surface distance, and we're going down to 4.5 millimeters. And for the paper I didn't present today, we actually made a user study judging the degree of realism.
Okay, so let's thank Tiamo again for his nice talk. And I can start to introduce our next speaker. Thank you, Professor Petri Toiviainen. He received his degree of PhD in the musicology in '96 at the University of Jyväskylä, Finland. And since 2002, he has been professor of musicology at that university. He has been a visiting professor at Cornell University and a visiting fellow at the Center for Advanced Study in the Behavioral Sciences at Stanford University. During 2008 and 2013, he was the head of the Finnish Center of Excellence in the Interdisciplinary Music Research, located at two sites at the University of Jyväskylä and Helsinki. In 2014-2018, he held an academic professorship granted by the Academy of Finland. His research interests include music processing in the brain, music and movement, sound, and music computing, and music visualization. And the title of Petri's talk today is Kinematics of Music-Induced Movement. And while Petri sets up, maybe he can comment if I'm wrong, but I see some similarities in his work that kind of exploit the infrastructure facilities that we have at CIVIT. So for example, motion caps, how to get the ground truth or body position with some kind of reference equipment. So lots of research needs this kind of facilities, and that's where we are here to help. Okay. Is it on?
Pixelated up there.
Testing. Okay, great. Okay, sorry for the delay. Now everything seems to be working fine, at least so far. Thanks for the invitation to talk at this interesting event. My talk will be very different from the previous one. It's more about basic research. So at our Center for Interdisciplinary Music Research, we have studied music cognition for about 20-25 years now. So our main focus of interest has been how we as human beings interact with music, how we perceive it, how we learn it, how we produce it, how musicians, for instance, perform it, and what kind of effect music has on us. One aspect that we have been interested in has been the role of human body in musical activities. Traditionally, when we talk about music perception, music psychology, and so on, music has been considered as entirely an auditory phenomenon. But we think, and many others think, that the body plays an important role in all our musical activities, like, for instance, starting with musicians, how they express their emotions while performing via the body movements, how they communicate with each other using the bodily gestures, and also how music listeners parse the musical structure by the body movements. And it's the latter that I'm going to talk about today. So I will give you a brief overview of the kind of work that we have carried out on music-induced movement and different aspects that affect it. Let's start with a short excerpt. This young lady, she loves jazz. She happens to be my granddaughter. So let's see what happens. Okay, well, the record player is also very interesting then. Another video clip is from our motion capture laboratory. We use an optical motion capture system. And some time ago, we carried out an infant study where we played infants' music, speech, rhythmic patterns, and measured their movement. And here is one of our participants. And as you can see, even this simple repetitive rhythmic pattern induces movement in this young individual. So there is quite a lot of evidence about, and of course we also know it probably from our personal experience, that music induces movement. So infants move to music, even like 6-month-old infants. According to self-reports, 95% of music listeners tell they move to music while they are listening to it. It has been found that when we listen to music while walking, it makes us to take longer strides, and so thus makes us walk faster. In sport performance, music has been found to provide improvement by increasing activation, also by helping to via synchronization to music to perform the sport-related movements in a more efficient fashion. Now there are certain theoretical accounts that might explain why movement is such an important part of music. The first one is embodied cognition, according to which our sensory motor capacities, body and environment are important in our cognitive process. So it's not just our brain that performs the cognitive processing, but it's the interaction with the environment. And so basically we are performing goal-directed actions unfolding in real time. According to so-called common coding theory, neural resources that are related to perceiving things and acting share same neural substrates. And there's a nice evidence about this with small infants who can imitate facial gestures like a protruding tongue or like an open mouth and so on without basically seeing themselves in the mirror. So it's basically supports that it's the same neural resources that are used for perception and action already from the young age. From the neurophysiological side, there's quite some evidence nowadays that music listening actually activates our motor areas in the brain, even if we are not moving to music. And this suggests that there's some kind of hardwired connection between, say, the auditory system and the motor system in the brain. And it suggests that we actually use the motor areas of the brain to parse the rhythmic structure of music. The same applies to connectivity. We have carried out some research on functional connectivity and how it relates to music perception, and we have found that the auditory and motor areas, their functional connectivity is modulated by musical beat. Now, okay, if we think of a person listening to music and moving to music spontaneously, what might be the factors that affect the way he or she moves to music? So what might affect the kinematics of his or her movement? Well, first of all, there are like music characteristics, like basically musical features of the music being listened to, or physical features, in like how fast the music is, what is the meter of music. I will come to the aspect of meter later, timbre, tonality, lyrics. Then there are certain cultural conventions, for instance, musical genre, the era of music when it was composed, like Latin music, heavy rock music, they are usually danced to differently. And then there are also listener characteristics ranging from age, gender, physiology, personality, mood, preference that also affect how we move. And we have been interested in a few of them. One could say that the music characteristics and cultural conventions, they are exogenous factors, so they come from outside, whereas then the listener characteristics are endogenous factors, and both play a role. Okay, so I already mentioned that we use an optical motion capture. We have a Qualisys optical motion capture system at our laboratory, which allows for a fairly accurate temporal and spatial resolution. This is some ordinary video camera capture from one of our experiments. And basically, so what we get is multidimensional time series that we then subject to kinematic analysis using some MATLAB-based toolboxes that we have developed. Okay, I will run through 4 different studies that we have carried out earlier, and some of them fairly recently, which all they address different aspects of what might affect the kinematics of music-induced movement. So let's start with the musical meter and how that might affect music. So what is meant by musical meter? Now, when we listen to music, it often evokes beat percepts. We perceive a beat in the music, but not just only one beat, but often several beats, which have integer relationships. And this gives rise to an alternating pattern of strong and weak beats. Let's listen to a few examples. Sorry. Okay, so this is a double meter, so every second beat is strong. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. This is triple. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now, by far the most common meter in world's music is the 4/4 meter. And now here you can see 6 guys dancing to a music in 4/4 meter. You won't hear the music now, just see the movement. And now we were interested in whether this hierarchy of rhythmic structure, the metrical structure, would be present in the movements. And we used principal component analysis for decomposing the movements into their basic ingredients, and what we found was that that's actually the case, and there seems to be some consistent patterns. Like if we look at this is the basic beat of the music, so it corresponds to roughly 2 Hertz frequency. What we see is it's mostly embodied with the vertical movement. Then there's the second level is like 2-beat level, 1 Hertz frequency is embodied mostly with limb swings. And finally there's the 4-beat level, 0.5 Hertz, which is embodied by swaying the body. So these all 3 different levels of beat in the music are present in our movement, and this seems to be a fairly consistent pattern. And it suggests that we actually, when we listen to music and we move to it, we parse this hierarchical rhythmic structure with our movements. All right, let's have a look at another animation. Here we have 60 people who came to our lab one at a time, and they are moving to a piece of music. So you can see some differences, like the guys in the upper row are maybe more active than in the bottom row. And because the music is the same, so then it must be some endogenous factors affecting the differences here. And one thing that might affect here is the personality. And so we were interested in looking at that, whether personality can predict the way we move to music, or whether the way we move to music can predict our personality. And there is some good reasons to assume this might be the case. If we look at movement research, in general, it has been found that body motions are reliable indicators of personality type. And there's a relationship between speakers' movement patterns and perceptions of their movement, of their personality. Also, in addition to healthy individuals, also personality disorders are reflected in body movement. So what we did was we had a bunch of people dancing to a few pieces of music, and the same people then filled this so-called Big 5 personality inventory. After which we did some statistical modeling between kinematic features extracted from the motion capture data and the personality profiles of the individuals. And I will just highlight a couple of examples. First, let's take extroversion. So extrovert people are generally regarded as energetic, sociable, talkative, outgoing. Now we have here an extrovert and an introvert person dancing. You might guess which one is the extrovert. So that's very obvious. So extroverts tend to move more, especially head, hands, and feet, than introvert. Okay, that's probably something we could expect. Let's take another personality dimension, which is neuroticism. And again, we have a neurotic and less neurotic person dancing here. And so neurotics move more on the spot and use less head and hands than non-neurotics. So it seems that personality type is reflected in the way we move on dance floor. So next time you go to a discotheque, then look at your partner and you might learn something about him or her. All right, moving on. The third study is about musical genre. So there's like music is often divided into different genres like jazz, rock, classical, reggae, and so on, rap. Let's just remind this you about this figure again. So we have these exogenous and endogenous features, and what we were interested in was like, is one of them like playing a bigger role here? So exogenous or endogenous, and as an exogenous feature we selected musical genre. As an endogenous feature we just selected the person of the dancer. I will explain it in a minute. So what we did, we operationalized this research question as a classification task, where we trained different classifiers to recognize from music-induced movement which genre the person is dancing, for one classifier. For another classifier, who is the dancer, like whether the dancer can be recognized from the movement, regardless of which genre he or she is dancing. And then the idea was that if some of these classification tasks is more successful than the other, then we can infer that the respective factor is more important. For instance, if we can recognize genre very accurately, then we can infer that the exogenous factor of genre, like how the music sounds, is more important than the endogenous factor, who the dancer is. So here's the setting we used. So we had like 16 different excerpts of music representing 8 different genres. We had a fairly large collection of dancers, so 73 dancers. Each of them was dancing to each of these 16 pieces, so that was quite a lot of motion capture data. And we investigated a few different features, but the feature that turned out to be the most successful was so-called core entropy, which is a kind of nonlinear covariance measure. So basically, it tells how different body parts and their movements covary when people are dancing. So it's kind of a fingerprint of the movement. And then we used a 2-stage support vector machine classifier. So first one was for feature selection, the second one for classification. And we used cross-validation as is commonplace in these kind of machine learning tasks. And so if we look at the results, so start first with genre classification. So we had eight different genres, and this means that the chance level for classification is 12.5%, correct, right? if we just randomly guess. And what we got with our classifier was like a bit less than 25% correct, so not very good, I'd say. However, with classifying dancers, now remember we had 73 dancers, which means that our chance level was about 1.5%. But what we got was like, it was quite amazing, it was like 90% correct. So this basically suggests that it's the endogenous factors that are much more important in music-induced movement. So people just tend to dance with their own style, regardless of what kind of music they are dancing to. And the genre of the music does not play that much of a role. Of course, it does play some role. Another interesting comparison what we did was we had a more detailed look at the genre classification accuracy by genre. And so this would then tell like which music genres would have more idiosyncratic typical movement patterns. So for instance, if one genre can be recognized with a high accuracy, that means that that particular genre elicits some typical movement patterns that are very different from the other genres, and vice versa. And maybe you could have a guess about which genre could be recognized better than others. Anyone? That's right. So we have metal has the highest recognition rate. So I guess it's because, you know, when we dance to metal, we like to bang our heads, and all of us. Whereas then pop is like it's the most generic type of dance. So it doesn't have like movement patterns, or it doesn't elicit movement patterns that would be typical for that particular genre. And then everything else was in between. All right. Okay, so moving on, last study that I'm going to highlight is about interaction in music-induced movement. So why would that be interesting? Why would we study dance interaction? Well, one thing that has to be borne in mind is that music often happens in a social setting. So we go to a dance club and we dance together, maybe in the dyads or in bigger groups, and it's kind of a way of expressing ourselves. And there have been studies that suggest that moving in synchrony in general promotes social bonding, and it has been even suggested that music and dance have evolved to support social bonding. And now in this particular study, we were interested in the relationship between movement kinematics and perceived interaction. So basically, we were interested in whether perceived interaction in dance could be predicted from kinematic features. And to this end, we had we recruited a bunch of people to our lab again, and they were asked to dance in dyads. So two people at a time together, and while they were motion captured, again we used a few different musical stimuli for this. And then we used this, the point light displaced in a perceptual experiment where we showed these dancing stick figures to our participants and asked them to rate first how similar their movements were, and second, how interactive their movements were. And now, because this is free movement, it's like participants were just given the instruction to move as they would like to move. So first of all, it's because full body movement, it's fairly high dimensional. It's also non-stationary. People might change their movement pattern in the middle and so on. And so it might be that, first of all, as regarding the multidimensionality of the movement, it might be that no single body parts in the movement could predict anything about the perception. Therefore, we opted for a latent space modeling approach. So we used partial least squares for this. So we have, basically we have like, this is dancer A, this is dancer B, so we have the time here and the different body parts here, so time by space, data matrices. And so how partial least squares works is calculate the covariance matrix of these two data matrices and then apply singular value decomposition to decompose it into singular matrices and eigenvalue matrix. And from this we can then, by matrix multiplication, we can create the latent variables, which are linear combinations of the original data so that the covariance is maximized. That's the idea in partial least squares. And just to give you an idea, so here are two guys dancing together, and if we do partial least squares on the velocity data of the body parts, the first thing what we get is these are the eigenvectors that tell how much each of the body parts contributes to that latent variable that maximizes covariance. And then we get the latent variables by this matrix multiplication. And from this we derived two different kind of coupling measures. The first one was like what we refer to as spatial coupling. So it was about how spatially similar these movement patterns were that the dancers were using when they were dancing together. And then there was the temporal coupling, which was more about like how synchronized the movements were in that latent space that we had extracted. In addition to this, we had a couple of simple baseline measures like torso orientations, like how much the two dancers were oriented to each other. And then head synchrony, the vertical synchrony, like just taking one marker, the head marker, and how synchronized the vertical motion of head marker was between the two dancers. That's a very commonly used measure in this kind of studies. So we have four different features here. So baseline measures, these were measures in the kind of the observable space, whereas the temporal and spatial coupling features were features in the latent space. And now if we look at the results, first interaction, so we have temporal coupling, spatial coupling, torso orientation, vertical head synchrony, and the Z-score tells how well each of these features predicts perceived interaction. And what we see is these features in the manifest space, like these simple features like torso orientation, vertical head synchrony could predict perceived interaction. So basically, just simply when the two dancers are heading each other, then they are perceived as more interactive. With similarity, however, the pattern was entirely different. So we had these latent space features that predicted perceived similarity better than the manifest space features. So this suggests that the similarity in movement is more a multidimensional phenomenon. All right. Okay, just to wrap it up. So music has been found to induce movement in most of us. Music listening activates motor areas in the brain, also modulates the connectivity between different brain areas. metrical hierarchy in music is embodied in music-induced movement, and music-induced movement reflects, at least to some extent, personality traits. Music-induced movement kinematics mostly determined by endogenous factors, so people tend to use their own idiosyncratic movement patterns when dancing, regardless of the music they are dancing to. Interaction between two dancers in music-induced movement is predicted by manifest space features, so low dimensional features, whereas perceived similarity is better predicted with latent space, high dimensional features. And I would like to thank my great colleagues in the movement team, many of which are here actually today. And research funding makes world a better place. I think we all agree with that. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Petri, for the interesting talk. And we have a couple of minutes until the coffee break, so if you have any questions that come up, okay. Sergio?
So, hello, Professor. Thank you for the nice talk. I have one question related to the last experiment you made, the one in couples. Which one was the relationship between the attendant, the participants? Like, they have met each other before, they have never met each other before, they know each other very well, they've been in a relationship, stuff like that? Because
they, let me think, can anyone fill me in there? Yeah, most of them didn't know, so they were just, of course that certainly would play a role. If there are people who are like, know each other very well. But in this case, it was mostly like random choice. We just recruited people to the lab at the same time and made them to dance each other. Of course, one thing that could be done is then to modulate this familiarity factor and see how it affects, and I'm sure it would affect in some way.
I was really curious about the randomness of this effect, especially when you were talking about the torso orientation and the vertical part. That would be, I think it will affect a lot.
I'm sure it would, yes.
Thank you.
But so we wanted to randomize it, like the familiarity issue, as much as possible.
Okay, one question.
Thanks a lot for your interesting presentation. I have one question about those separation of frequencies that you showed. Like you connected them to the tempo of the music, for example. Don't you think that those frequencies, they are also connected to the, let's say, natural frequency of the moving body?
Sure, they certainly are. Like they are related to biomechanical constraints. Like it's like a vertical movement. I think the most natural frequency for that it would be 2 hertz, around 2 hertz, and so on. So that's definitely true. So there are the biomechanical constraints that play a role.
When we are categorizing the music genres. Is it useful if we normalize the values based on the dynamic properties of the bodies, so that we could have reduced effects of stiffness and mass of the moving bodies? Then we would have more like motion properties than the dynamic properties.
I'm not sure what you mean by normalizing the properties.
Like if someone is heavy as me, of course he would need more energy, more excitement to move.
I see. Yeah, that's right. So basically, then we would have to somehow figure out what are the natural movement frequencies of these movement modes for a particular individual. and then adjust maybe the tempo of the music so that it would fit with the resonance frequencies of that particular individual. That's an interesting thought, but we never thought about that, but I'm sure it probably would, at least probably would help to produce or evoke higher resonances in that individual, if the tempo is right for the body.
Okay, if there are any more questions, let's thank Petri again for the talk.
Thank you.
And now it's time for a coffee break, but before you leave the room, I would like to invite you to come visit the lab, the CIVIT lab. So when you exit this hall, just a couple of meters on the right, there's the black doors. They will lead you to the lab, and at the lab we have demonstrations about our new hyperspectral camera, thermal camera, and a depth of field camera. And if you go downstairs, we have a user experience room now ready built, so you can see the 8K display and experience the Dolby Atmos audio there. So we will meet here 15 minutes past, so you have a half an hour. So please visit the lab, enjoy the coffee, see you soon.
we are ready to start. There are still people in the lab, but they will come. So I would like to introduce the next speaker, and it is Olli Suominen from our Center for Immersive Visual Technologies. Olli is a doctoral student in our group, and at the same time running several important projects, and he was behind all major settings of CIVIT. So if you see how the area is designed, how it is painted black, all these corners and all important devices and equipment were done in this way due to his creative thinking. And he also liked to add more cameras. So as he wrote in the bio, he started with view plus depth, which was the state of the art some years ago. Then we added more to stereo, and then currently one of our experimental settings includes 40 plus cameras for wide field of view, light field capture. But actually his true passion are the heavy work machines. So two of our most successful projects with FIMA are run by him. And today he's going to speak about motion capture with OptiTrack. This is our motion capture studio, which we want to advertise more and to encourage people to start using it more because it's really very good. Please.
Okay, great. Everybody hears me, right? Good. So you heard the introduction, and what is the the motivation of this presentation? First of all, I want to show you what the OptiTrack system can do. It is quite versatile and arguably one of the the best purchases that we made for the infrastructure, and to also show you how easy it is to use that setup. And then, following these 2 points, I would like to convince you that there are research topics, there are use cases where this system could be applied, and then maybe you will want to research those things or apply those things with us using our equipment. So this is kind of the point here. So how the talk will go, there is a brief introduction to optical tracking, what it is, what it actually means. Then we'll go and see how the setup that we have is constructed, and then how the setup is calibrated, how it is used to track objects, and then see also how to access that data. And actually, use cases I already would like to go in the beginning, but yeah, if we go into the details, when would you want to use optical tracking? Basically, in the cases where you really want to know the accurate position of something, and you are allowed to go around and attach something on it. This is not always the case. You might not be able to touch or go play around with the object you want to track, but in many cases you can. And typically in these applications, you would use retroreflective spheres. So you have a couple of examples there. And it's just a reflector, basically. It's just shaped like a sphere. So the idea is that when you shine a light on it, it shines the light directly back into the camera. And typically this is done in infrared, so that this extra light that is going through the scene, it doesn't disturb the human observer, the human eye. And why would you like to do this? So the starting thing is motion capture. That's what the system is built for, basically. You can create animations for games, special effects for movies, also animated movies, all kinds of things where you would need synthetic motion. and then analyzing human movement in other cases. So sports therapy to see how well the patient is learning how to walk. Are they walking in the correct way? Or in sports, how is the golf swing going, and should it be improved? Then one big use case that we are kind of applying this, and a lot of our colleagues in the university are applying, is to acquire ground truth data about positioning. So there is a lot of research going into estimating positions. It can be done in multiple ways, but then when you're doing research, you would like to validate that is your positioning algorithm actually correct or not. And for this, we can get very high quality tracking data or positioning data from this. So you can do this, which is kind of nowadays very popular, simultaneous localization and mapping related to autonomous vehicles, or SLAM as it's called. Also, we've had cases of positioning based on different radio frequencies, Wi-Fi, radio beacons. You can use audio to localize sources. You can use inertial sensing, which will be actually the topic of the next speaker. And also then you can develop methods of markerless motion capture, where to simplify the setup, you would want to get rid of the markers, but you still want to, while developing it, make sure that your system is producing the correct results. And then another subset of use cases is just tracking objects. Basically, we will see a demo today in the afternoon about camera tracking for augmented reality. This is kind of a broadcast quality system used by Yle, for instance. Then you can do different kind of interfaces for virtual reality. If you're able to track the head of the user or the hands of the user, different objects, then also user tracked 3D display, one example also in the lab. So the display knows where you are, it can show the correct things. And then measuring the state of different dynamic processes. For instance, you could, if you have flexible booms on work machines, as was mentioned that I'm involved with, you can very accurately and very at a high speed record how the boom is behaving, and then you can try to model it. And some examples have been also about coordinating swarms of machines, for instance drones, where you would need to know the relative position to the other coordinated machines. And then how does it actually work? So I already showed the example of these spheres. These are the things that we're tracking. And in this case, we are tracking the motions of an actor. So we attach the spheres on the suit. And you can see that they're quite bright. So this is because there's a light source right next to the camera. It illuminates the spheres, and then it returns a really high reflection to the same direction. In the same way as traffic signs and this kind of things work. Then it is quite straightforward to say that, okay, let's keep all the bright spots. Just set a threshold, everything which is at the maximum the camera can take. We'll keep that one, discard everything else. So we'll get this kind of a very efficient segmentation. You see, we do have some things which are just shiny otherwise. The reflections happen. But since we know that we're tracking spheres, so this gives us a little bit of an advantage. So we can just look at the reflections and say, no, this is not a sphere. Okay, this is also not a sphere. Let's throw them out. And we filter those out, and then everything that remains is basically a marker of interest to us. So far, this is with the one camera. Now we have figured out where in one camera there are markers, but this doesn't help us still much, because we just know that if in the picture of this camera there is a marker, somewhere in this direction, but we still don't know actually where in that direction or how far in that direction it is. So then we'll introduce another camera into the system, and since it also sees the same marker, we can figure out by simple triangulation how far and where exactly in 3D space this marker is located. And then, not to make it too simple, typically these setups, they use a multitude of cameras. 2 is theoretically enough, but in order to get kind of a good coverage so that you can move freely, so that the markers stay visible when you are turning around, there's typically a lot more. So we have in our lab, there's 16 cameras, and you can just scale it up to 255 using this particular software. And I think this is just because they were a little bit lazy with the data types. But now, if we run this processing from all the cameras that are seeing this, then we can transform those marker points which were in the 2D images into metric 3D positions of each marker. Then one more thing kind of remains. Now we know the position of each marker, but we don't actually know where they, how they relate to each other. So in the case of a human skeleton, we can use the information of the connectivity. We know that which joint is connected to which part, so we can just connect the dots. It's kind of like the children's puzzle game. And now we are able to figure out that how is the arm actually moving, not just the individual markers, but to map out the full body motions. And now, after showing what it can do, how it works, just like a really brief look into how to deploy such a system and what are the components, and trying to keep it very simple because it is actually quite simple. So this is the whole block diagram. We have cameras. They are connected to a switch with regular network cables. Also, we have a computer connected to the same switch. We have software running on the computer that reads the camera data. And then also, since it is a commercial product, there is a USB license key, which is conveniently usually always lost when you need it. But these are basically the things that you need to run it hardware-wise. And then basically hardware installation is this simple 4 steps. You mount the cameras facing the target area, plug in the cameras, plug in the computer, connect the USB dongle, and you're set to go for the hardware perspective. And how to set the cameras. This is a very typical topology if you want to track something in this area and you don't exactly know how it's oriented or what it is. So you would just mount the cameras in a ring or around the object so that you maximize the likelihood that as many cameras as possible see as many markers as there are. If you have something which is a bit more specific, you know what kind of motion you're expecting, you can set up a smaller amount of cameras facing one particular direction if you can guarantee that those are always visible to the user. And then software-wise, calibration, a couple of easy clicks. You start calibrating, then the process of calibrating is simply going around the room, waving a stick with markers on it, and just kind of traveling through the space and making sure that you visit every position in the space that you want to be calibrated. So you just walk around a couple of minutes with waving the stick, and choose to, it automatically records the data, and then you just go ahead and allow it to calibrate on the data. And then typically in our setup there in the studio that you saw, we are getting 3D mean error, which is under 1 millimeter. Sometimes significantly less if we have a smaller volume. And this is kind of how the interface of it looks like. So in the beginning, we don't know where the cameras are. They're just thrown on a line since there is no better information. And then each camera is recording these motions of this calibration stick. And then after, this one shows it a little bit better. So each camera has detected the calibration object, and our calibration results for this time are exceptional according to this. So we can see that the mean 3D error is about 0.5 millimeter in this case. Then we are kind of ready, almost ready with the calibration. And we know exactly where the cameras are, but one thing is that we don't know how the cameras are related to the environment. So it just makes a kind of a best guess and throws the floor somewhere, but of course our cameras are not under the floor. So one more thing that has to be told is where is the floor actually? So we just place a calibration square on the ground and select it and say, okay, this is the floor. And after that, we have a fully set up system where the floor is known and the camera positions are known. Then object tracking. And this is the part where I promised to do something live, and let's see. There is about 100 meters of cable going from here to the studio where the cameras are hopefully listening. So if we go to Motive and boot up the setup. We're also having another demo which is using the same cameras, so when depending who starts the software first gets the cameras. Okay, it seems we got all our 16 cameras here, and this is the state before calibration. Now I took the liberty of preparing a calibration file, so we'll just hit that one. And now we have our camera setting here. And you can see here actually one of the cameras is set to reference mode, so we can see what is happening in the lab. So apparently there is someone moving. Let's hope they don't touch anything. And then we can also put that one just to track. And the thing that we wanted to do is to track an object. So let's see if we can find an object. So here it seems that we have something which is moving. We have a few points here. And if you visited the lab, you saw the robot arm which was kind of roaming around in the corner. So this is actually the markers which are on that robot arm. So we can just go ahead and tell to create a rigid body from this one. And then now we're tracking it. And let's just change to a better layout so we can see a bit better. So here we go, it's moving, and if we're interested in the exact numbers, we get the X, Y, Z down to some fractions of a millimeter, and also the orientation, because the object has multiple markers attached to it. So we can also measure how it rotates with respect to the original position. And this, as such, is not like super useful. It's kind of cool. It looks nice when it moves on the screen. And it's also very fast. It's now running at 120 frames per second. But in order to actually use this data for something, we should store it somehow. So let's hit record and let it roam around a bit. That's probably enough. And then we have a take. Basically, this software is from the film industry, so everything which is, or the kind of the terminology is coming from there. So every recording is a take. So we'll go with that. So we go into the edit mode, and then we can play back the motion. So we can easily kind of manage the things that we recorded, play them over again, and store them. But now, since we're mainly interested in the data, we want to somehow not just look at it, but analyze it. So we have a few options. You can go here, export tracking data, and we have a couple of options here. So the most simple one is this comma-separated values. So let's just go ahead and save it in these. And you can also determine what you actually want to save. You can save the individual markers, you can save the rigid bodies that you're tracking, bones of skeletons if you have real actors there, and some other settings. Let's go ahead and save. And then so this is what we can actually get out from it. Let's not analyze it too deeply, but for a researcher, this is a kind of a treasure trove of information. So we have here everything which is captured by the setup. So for a rigid body 1, we have X, Y, Z, we have orientations, we have each individual marker position, everything possible that can be recorded from that. And this for every time point that the setup samples. And there's quite a lot of them, since it is actually sampling by default at 120 frames per second. So there's a lot of data in the end. So that was about that. But what if we want to do actually something a bit faster, not just to record something and then dump it in an Excel file? But if we wanted to process it as it happens, maybe even do something interactive. So let's go back to live mode and see that, yeah, the robot is still moving. No one has tripped the safety sensors. And another favorite tool of the researchers is the trusty old MATLAB. So the supplier actually provides a plugin for MATLAB. So this is very straightforward to use. That's why I'm confident enough to try to show it actually working in real time. So the simple steps are, you just create a client, you set up your server. Now everything is running on my laptop here, so it's the IP address is just the local host. So it's kind of network traffic, but it's all going on the computer. And then what kind of connection it is, and then you just connect. And let's see if we are able to client connected. Awesome. Then here we have a very simple script, which is basically asking the latest frame information from the OptiTrack 10 times a second for 20 seconds. So that's not supposed to be there. So we acquire data asking to get a frame. Then within this data there is several objects which you can ask. We just have one rigid body at the moment, so we'll just ask the first rigid body. Then we get the XYZ coordinates of the center of that rigid body. Then make a simple scatter plot of that and title it how much time was gone, and then wait a bit so we don't flood the system. And that's it. Yeah, something is actually happening. So we are now getting a. So this is now coming live from the studio. The position of the robot, or the camera on the robot, is being plotted here. And you would also be able to get the orientation information from this, but then you have to play with quaternions, and I'm not comfortable doing that one live, but positions are easy. So now it recorded 20 seconds of material, and this is fully 3D information, and you are kind of free to analyze this in any way you feel like. Or if you want to really do something live, you can render things or measure things and give them out as the data comes. And if MATLAB is kind of not your thing, there is also a C++ interface available for this. It's a little bit more complicated, but they have a very good samples and tutorials how to use it. So let's say within half an hour, 1 hour of programming, you should be all ready to go to integrate the streaming from that camera system to whatever software you're using. Also, there's plugins, I think, for Unreal, Unity, this kind of very standard tools. Then, let's go here. Yeah, I was a little bit pessimistic, so there's a couple of screenshots in case the live part miserably fails, but we made through that one. Then, I think that we didn't touch too much is skeleton tracking, but you'll have to wait for the afternoon session. We will actually have a professional dancer there to demonstrate how the system tracks a skeletal movement and how it translates it into a 3D model. But you'll see that one at 3 in the lab. But yeah, then interfacing also went CSV. This also a backup screenshot in case everything goes wrong. But then the last words is about what kind of setup we have at CIVIT. So we have in total 16 cameras. 8 of them are high resolution, power over Ethernet cameras. Then 8 of them are high speed, and high speed in this case means 360 frames per second, and wide field of view cameras, and they kind of work interchangeably. I was using all of them at the same time now. And they're both powered over Ethernet, so it's very easy to set up. Then we also have a smaller system of 7 USB cameras, which is useful for kind of smaller scale on the tabletop or very small room scale tracking. And then a couple of USB tracking bars, which are kind of a self-contained, just one bar, which is able to track things in front of it. So depending on the use case, if you need to track something small, you can use the tracking bars or the USB devices, or if you need a full room scale setting, then we have those also. Then this system at CIVIT and also elsewhere, it is highly mobile. So let's say the indicative, this is not a quote, like nobody can come with this PowerPoint and say that like it said 35, but roughly it's 35 euros per high-end camera per day to rent these things. And in order to do something useful with them, good configuration start from 3 cameras and up, depending on what kind of things you're supposed to track. And then you have markers, we have the cables, the switches, everything, so it's kind of like a full package. And this entire system, if you know what you're doing, and can be set up and calibrated in about an hour if we take it away from the lab and assemble it somewhere else, depending, of course, what kind of environment you have there. And this is my last slide and the last thought. Now, based on this, or even based on something else, if you have an idea for an application for using the optical tracking, doing some measurement, doing some product, doing tests, ground truths, research, whatever, we would be happy to provide the system and our expertise. And well, let us know. you can catch me. I will be around the rest of the day. You can drop an email. We'll be listening. And that's it. Thank you for your attention, and it's time for the next speaker.
Thank you. Maybe we can get questions, if any.
Yeah, over there.
So I'm just wondering if you have tested out any of the markerless tracking systems?
We have played around with them, but nothing kind of, not a scientific comparison. Like there is several commercial cameras and things which have the markerless setups built in, but the problem with those is that you don't get a very good guarantee of the precision. So when you want to capture ground truth or something, you kind of want to know how accurate it is. And for those, it's a bit of a, it's also not straightforward to give concrete error bounds for this setup because it is also camera based, but at least it's easier than for this fully markerless setups. Yeah.
Okay. If not more questions, then we proceed further with the next talk, which is about the role of gyroscope in motion sensing. And the presenter is Jussi Collin, who is an alumni from Tampere University of Technology. Graduated with a doctoral degree there in 2006 and has been an adjunct professor there and also CEO of the I guess startup GC Inertial OU, developing hardware and software for combining different sensing signals for super precise and accurate motion sensing. So please.
Thank you, Vatanas. Yes, I've been away 2 weeks, so I've been running a company, and it's good that you keep free food here after. So I don't have salary, so no. Okay, but let's talk about motion sensing in the inertial sensor point of view. So we have been very often motion is sensed by the cameras and other types of measurement system, but my expertise is in the inertial sensors. So I thought I might tell a little bit about what they measure. So I was looking at the history and science behind these accelerometers and gyroscopes, and I was planning to find something like really old, but I got stuck to the 1910 with Einstein equivalence principle. So I don't have a physics degree, but I might talk a little bit about it because it's interesting events what happened in those times that 1913 the Sagnac effect was tested, so it was measuring the rotation using speed of light. And then when I was looking at the history, there was some often military improvements based on the military targets, and then commercial airplanes started to have ring laser gyros in '79 or something like that. So they were really expensive and accurate. But then in the maybe 1990, the development of the MEMS, micro electromechanical systems, gyroscopes started to really push the development. And I guess it was in the '97 when the Mercedes-Benz A series was rolled over in the test in Sweden. The driver was same last name, but we are not related. But this caused really a heavy industry push to we need to have ESP in every car soon, and Mercedes decided that it has to be, and it will be in every model without any, not optional. And that caused heavy push for the gyro industry, of course, because then all the cars, nowadays all the cars have a gyro. So then, maybe 10 years after that, Earth rate we were able to measure the Earth rate with the gyroscope developed by Murata Technologies in the Vantaa, and we were the ones who were starting. We got the early prototypes and showed that we can measure the earth rate with the microelectromechanical gyro, kind of milestone. And now they are in all the phones. 2010 in the iPhone. I think Nokia started with the accelerometer, and then iPhone, Apple had the gyro, and now almost all the smartphones have both gyros and accelerometers. Maybe one noticed that in the cell phones, the measurement, like how much power you draw, is issue. And now in 2015, the Bosch BMI 160 was taking only 1 milliamp per 6 degree of freedom IMU, which means 3 accelerometers and 3 gyros. So it was considered, and it is quite low, given that the gyroscope is kind of complicated device. So to start, how to measure motion with the accelerometer? Well, it seems simple. You make a spring, and then you put a mass on the spring, and then let it like be there, and we push it, and then we start to measure some. We can see displacement caused by the acceleration. So it seems all good. We can measure vibration and tilt, and everything is fine. So we don't need to do any research, right? But there's some tricks, or actually, maybe let's call them problems, that when you start tilting that accelerometer, it starts, of course, pulling the mass down, but when you check what the accelerometer will show, it will start showing, if you pull it upwards, it will show positive acceleration, and you thought gravity points down, right, not up, and what is going on? So that's why I need to see what Einstein said. So he had this elevator experiment that we might also be in elevator that is going up, and all the measurements we do agree with that. So maybe it's easier to think that way. So we don't feel the gravity, we are pushed up. So the chair, what you actually feel is the chair pushing you up. So this might change your world a little bit, but don't worry. That's what happens. So you have similar springs in here that you feel with the stomach. You feel that what's the acceleration. So actually you are being pushed upwards now, and we can verify it with accelerometers. So take my word. So I left some homework because Vappu is coming. So you have helium balloons, and you put them to the accelerating car. You need to try what happens. And then, well, it goes forward, it goes the wrong direction. And then you take your Newtonian physics books and draw the lines and see that, can you really explain that? No, you can't. You have to go to air pressure and everything complicated. But if you just believe Einstein that we are in the elevator, all the arrows will go to the right way. Same if you push the water in the bottle, so, or if you have wine in the Vappu, you can push it and check what's the direction of the level of the water or wine. And again, it's easier to be in the elevator going up. So that makes life easier to understand what accelerometers measure. So we have this thing called specific force. It's not acceleration, it's everything but gravity. We measure everything else. We measure the normal force upwards. So that's kind of often this is the point where things go wrong when you take accelerometer. So you think that you can use it as an inclinometer, or you can use it as an acceleration measurement device. But the truth is that you need something to divide those two things that you want to measure. So how to get the both? We want to measure, often we want to measure the inclination, where is the gravity, and then we want to measure the acceleration, in which direction our speed is changing. So to get the both, we need something that is measuring the orientation but is independent of the acceleration. So that's where we get to the gyroscopes. There's typically two ways to measure the angular rate. It's like Coriolis force or Sagnac effect, but I think it might be a bit too much for me to explain how this works, so there are some good videos in YouTube, but the point is that the object in rotating motion wants to keep its state. So if we alter that, then we typically get some displacement that we measure. With MEMS sensor, we measure it capacitively. And that's ideally independent of acceleration, and that measures the change of, it's not the absolute angle, but it's the change in angle. So that's the way to separate that accelerometer measurement to two different parts, which are the inclination and the acceleration. So what we typically do is we combine. In the smartphones, it's typically in one chip. There's 3 direction of accelerometers and 3D gyroscopes. And with the combination of those, we can actually show that in ideal case, we can then finally use the accelerometer to measure acceleration. And one thing, of course, is that acceleration, I don't know how often we really need the acceleration. We are more maybe more often interested actually in the orientation. And in dynamic modes, like if there's some machine moving, if you want to measure the orientation of that machine when it's accelerating, you also need this kind of combination. Because the accelerometer alone, it measures also the acceleration part. And then what is traditionally done with inertial navigation is that we use this combo of the units, and we double integrate the acceleration to get the position. So when we do all this, we get the acceleration, velocity, and position. And this is just how I kind of start to typically learn this, that first you forget the gravity, and then you rotate things to the right frame, which are locally level. And then you add the gravity, and then you double integrate. But this inertial navigation at itself, it's kind of requires really, really expensive toys. So for example, the airplanes, I guess they are something like 100,000 euros per unit, and you need 3 of them per plane to have the redundancy. And even that you drift something like 1 kilometer per hour. So it's kind of expensive, and you don't get really good accuracy. But there's lots of other things that you can do with the sensors, like measure motion in general. So that's why I might be more interested or show a little bit more on that. So this is just like a decision tree that do we want to get also the acceleration, position, velocity, or do we want just the orientation or maybe vibration? And then there's like lots of difference in the prices level. So it can be €1 versus 100,000 euros. So we start with the gyros. That are they really ring laser gyros, really expensive? Let's say 10,000 euro per gyro. You need 3 of them. And if you have, yes, then we can get the acceleration, we can get the orientation, everything is fine. But then if we can, let's say, spend only 10 euros, then we need some assumption. Typically we do some assumption on the acceleration. For example, the machine doesn't accelerate all the time. It mostly stays still. So we can feed that input to the same system that is computing this inertial navigation equations, and you put that as an input, like a pseudo input. And then as a result, you get actually quite precise orientation. You don't get the acceleration or velocity, but you get the really precise orientation, and that's often what we want. So this is kind of how to divide this field. But anyway, let's take a look how the data really looks. So I was walking from Tietotalo laboratory where we have a GPS feed, and I took the universities. It's fiber optic gyro, decent IMU with fiber optic gyros and quite good accelerometers, and I started walking to the campus club, which is somewhere in there. And this is actually what the raw data looks like. So in the accelerometer data, you can see that there's this positive, upward 9.81 meters per second squared signal, which is this thing that we are pushed up, as you now know, that we are constantly accelerating upwards. And then in the gyro, we see like rotations and lots of vibration. So this is what the raw data really looks when you just collect the data from the quite good quality inertial measurement unit. And let's zoom in for the IMU data. I put it on table in the Campus Club meeting room, and then we can zoom in that how it looks in the. If we need to a little bit filter out, so there's some like average filter, and this is the output when it's on table. So we can see that yes, Earth is rotating, so we can get that part clear now. So now you know that we are pushed up, and you know that Earth is rotating. So, but when you really look at the values or the averages, they are not exactly. We should rotate 15.04 degrees per hour, but if you take a look at this, we are somewhere like 17 with this IMU. So it's a little bit too much. I guess there's something like 1 degree bias. We don't know exactly, but in some channel there might be larger bias, but about 1 degree per hour, like a constant error. And this is a really big problem with the gyroscopes. So if you think about 1 degree per hour, it's not a lot, but if you start driving and you always lose 1 degree, it kind of accumulates. There's no reset in the IMU itself. You always need something to reset it. And especially in the orientation, like if you start tilting in the inertial measurement or inertial navigation system, if you start going down, you will pick up the gravity, and that's like this is clearly too much of error for many applications. So this is in my opinion, the biggest problem of all the gyros, that there's always this kind of noise that is really slowly moving. It looks like a bias. It will change over the years, but it's really slowly moving bias signal. So this was the gyro. That's how it looks with the decent, good gyro. And then we can take on because I was talking about this Einstein's elevator, so I took also the elevator upwards. You have to remember that I took it from 2nd floor to the 5th floor, so we can now check how the accelerometer data looks in that part. And if we zoom in a little bit again, filtering, and now we can see that this elevator is first accelerating further. Check that this 9.81 is the base acceleration that we have, and then the elevator accelerates a little bit more up, and then in the middle you can see that it's like in a constant speed. So we are in constant speed with respect to the campus arena, but it still shows, the accelerometer shows that 1G. And then it breaks, and finally we are in the 5th floor. We can actually use this signal to integrate it to I guess we could get quite good estimate of the height, that how far the elevator got. But we always need to remember to handle that gravity issue. So we, of course, in this, if you start double integrating this signal, you get to the sky. But you, with removing that or adding that gravity factor, then you get the double integration, and you will get to where we actually are in the altitude. And so finally, of course, we might need to, or we might be interested where we actually traveled. So in this, we have acceleration signal when you are walking, and when you make steps, it can be seen as a waveform that is clearly can be identified. And in this case, I just made a simple counter that how many steps I have taken, and then I used the gyros to check where I was heading. And this is very rough algorithm that's combining the gyros, and I didn't care about the earth rate, so it might be drifting a little bit, but I guess I can see that I'm passing this 90-degree turn is the turn when I walk from the Tietotalo to Campus Arena. And then I will take the elevator and get approximately to the right place. So even really kind of simple algorithm by counting steps and using gyros, we can roughly navigate indoor. And you know that in GPS doesn't work here, so it's kind of any GPS wouldn't work here. So this is one way to extend the capabilities of the GPS. But not only for navigation, there gyroscopes are often used, or IMUs are used for, like in Nintendo Wii. There was a pointing device, and I guess it has like also some light sensor to remove the drift in the azimuth direction. We cannot observe the drift, so I think that one has a one absolute reference which is pointing to the television. We have made one which is called Gestor. It's an air mouse. I can, after the presentation, show how it works. In that, we had an idea that we can also, because we now have gyros, we can also use not only pointing direction, but we can scroll the unit by rotating it. So it acts like a mouse, but when you rotate it, it zooms in and zooms out like the mouse scroll function would do. And it looks, for the computer, it looks exactly like a mouse. So these kind of things with accelerometers only we couldn't do, because there's simply not in that high motion that the arm has, there's no way to deduce that information from the accelerometers only. So we need the sensor fusion using the gyroscopes and accelerometers. So user interfaces is one clear example where you need gyroscopes. And then one emerging thing is, of course, machine learning. So what if we put this thing when I was walking or elevator, what if I put it to the neural network and get output that what was I doing? And this is actually done. I believe even the cell phones are doing it. But there was actually competition in the Kaggle, and the task was to use the inertial data to detect in which kind of floor the robot was moving, and only data given was exactly this acceleration data and the gyroscope data, but also there was the quaternion data, which is sensor fusion of these two elements. And then the task was to decide of these 9 classes that what the output is. The best one got all correct, 100%, but there was a little trick, because the quaternion output is order dependent, and the fact is that if you scramble the data like you do in the Kaggle, you can actually figure out the order of the data, and that's how some of them got the 100% right. So I was only 7th, but I got the Kaggle shirt, so I think that was a good result anyway. But this is really like, these sensors are really sensitive, and this was the first one that I have used where the neural networks really, in my opinion, are like beat every other method. So this is like interesting that the deep neural networks can dig quite amazing things out of this sensitive vibration data and motion data. So this is something I believe that we will see more applications and examples of the machine learning using the gyroscope accelerometer data. So these are like some potential applications. There are, of course, some challenges with the gyros. So They are acceleration independent, but they are always relative, so you are always integrating. You need to keep the gyro on all the time. It requires quite a lot of power with compared to the accelerometers. And there's like the processing non-commutativity. There was also mentioned that the quaternions are difficult, and then it's kind of ordering the data when you input. You cannot average the data as you typically do because the output of the orientation is order dependent. So there's lots of this kind of challenges with the gyroscope, but I guess this is also what makes this topic interesting. So there's still, it's like we have had gyroscope something like 100 years, but there's still something new to learn and stuff like that. So, but the typical how to go with this, that we really need accurate gyros. I just put here that what can we do? We can do factory calibration. It's more expensive if you do it sensor by sensor. Then you can ask the user to do some motion that we can calibrate some of the errors out. Then mostly, for example, the smartwatches, they use GPS, get the position and then use that information to calibrate sensor errors. And what I expect in the future might happen that calibrate autonomously, so based on the motion itself, we can probably get something out that this motion doesn't agree in general with the motion of the pedestrian, for example, and we can try to get some outputs of that and then make the position and orientation more accurate. A little bit related to this is what I'm working with the company. I had this idea that the wheel is, when it's on the wheel, it's always have one point of the wheel is always in the ground if we are not sliding, and we can use that as an update to the filter because we know that one part is not moving. We can feed that to the filter. It's similar thing that is used in the something called foot-mounted inertial systems, where the foot hits the ground and the velocity is reset based because we know that then it's not moving. And they are showing really good results. So that's why it's kind of interesting to try the same for the vehicles. And I've been up to the few prototypes. We finally have something to like a, let's say, laboratory device that can be sold, and it's on the last figure here. This is actually a test from the CIVIT that I plugged in you had so nice cameras that I plugged in my own sensor to the test, so we got also the high resolution data from the wheel. And what is the point of this? There's some advantages for having it in that place, because the wheel rotation, it's rotating conveniently, that we will get two of the gyro biases we will get observable because of that rotation. So we get it really accurate. And the other is that there's this one point that doesn't move, so we get the speed for free. So we don't need to double integrate. We just need to know the diameter of the wheel. And then it's completely independent of the vehicle, so you don't need to plug in to ask for the OBD that what is the speed now. And if you plug in the OBD in the car, you will know that, or you never know how old is the data and how it's like quantized. So you get high resolution data. And we were actually presenting this in IEEE Inertial in Florida 1 week ago. So it was kind of, at least no one didn't say that this shouldn't work or something like that. So they were like, all the inertial people were there, and I was quite happy that we got kind of accepted, and even GPS World was has highlighted this in the April issue. So this is actually what I'm working now. But let's say what's even more interesting in the future is that we have nowadays GPS has been modernized, so there's lots of satellite constellation, there's lots of satellites. And if you now buy the latest, like let's call low-cost GPS receiver that has this kind of precise point position technology, it doesn't cost anymore like 10,000 euros to get to the centimeter level. This is actually real data. In the middle plot, the sphere is 1 centimeter, and the center of that sphere is the antenna of the Tietotalo real coordinates, and the output of 30 minutes is shown in that. This is real-time output, so we are close to half a centimeter for whole half an hour, which is kind of good result for the low-cost receiver. So this kind of things are changing, that suddenly, or not suddenly, but not far from this time, I believe the smartphones will have this capability that you can draw in the air outside, measuring motion with the GPS or GNSS. And this, from the filtering point of view, is really interesting because we don't have to wait like when you have your gyroscope odometer system, you need to calibrate scale factors, biases. You typically need to drive long way because the GPS error before this was something like 7 meters and slowly going to the, due to the ionosphere, it was going really slowly from +7 meters to -7 meters. And now suddenly we have 2 centimeters, so it's a completely different task for the filter to combine. And we've been trying this like in the one plot, let's take only one sample from the GPS and combine, use that heading that we get right away and position. It looks really good that you don't need even any filter. You just take the 1 centimeter accurate position from the GPS and you combine it. And looks really, this is something that looks really interesting, where we are heading with this. Maybe if you want to buy gyroscopes, I was checking something what is now happening in the, if you want to buy like, let's say, let's go below 1 degree per hour long-term drift, then you have to go to the, still to the optical gyros. I believe they are something like 2,000 to 10,000 euros. But then if you go to DigiKey, from 1,000 euros you will get the decent MEMS IMU, and if you go to the lowest point of the price levels, there's something like, I guess, IMUs. If you buy a lot, there will be something like 2-3 euros. And actually you will get quite decent IMU. That's not for the aircraft, but you can get, like for measuring motion for few euros, you will get the decent product. And what we are doing, we are buying different kind of IMUs and then trying this. I'm more in the algorithmic side, so I like to try different things, that if we put the IMU to the wheel or we add more IMUs together, what can we do? And all this measuring the motion, like body motion with the inertial, is also something that I'm really interested. So I haven't done it much, and I know some companies like Exens are doing the motion suits that are based on inertial, but I'm kind of interested in that. If there's something that could be done with the algorithms, I would be happy to help. So maybe some words where we are going. At least nowadays, if you check those autonomous vehicles that Uber has, it looks like it's really heavy with all the vision and stuff. That maybe I'm hoping that we get maybe a little bit rid of that heavy stuff and use more gyroscopes in those. Then lots of talks has been about atomic IMUs, which would be something like measuring rotation based on the atomic physics. It's been very, very long. I know that now the atomic clocks are chip size, so you will get the time with decent price. You will get the very accurate time, but not yet in the rotation or acceleration. But they might come. Carouseling, it means the intentional rotation of the gyro to get rid of the biases, which we are doing in the wheel, actually, like indirectly. But maybe what really is interesting, that this long-term stability is approaching the Earth rate now. So soon, maybe if you buy a cheap gyro, put it on the table, you can really measure the earth rate, which means that you get the direction in completely different accuracy that with, for example, compass in magnetometer indoor. So that will change a lot of things, and it will also change a lot of algorithm design. So nowadays we just average take the average out from the gyroscopes, but soon it will include signal, which is earth rate, and that will change the algorithms quite a lot. Maybe something that what I want to leave to you from here is that remember these accelerometers, that they are not measuring the acceleration, so it's something else, it's a specific force. So as itself, it's not like an acceleration or tilt, so you need to have something or some assumption to get this divided to acceleration and tilt. And then what good way to get there is to use the gyroscopes. So this is what we are working on. I guess it's time for the questions.
Timing, thank you. All right, questions, please. Okay, let's first Santiago and then.
You mentioned how better IMUs are going to change the algorithms. Do you have any insight into how long until just the EKF is not enough? You need higher orders or better algorithms to deal with the actual accuracy of the sensors? Because right now, more complex algorithms are actually just getting swallowed by the noise, at least in my experience.
Yeah, I guess what I mean is now that when we have the MEMS gyros, we take everything as a bias, that is when it's standing still. And now we are like transitioning to the old school inertial navigation, where you actually use the earth rate to align yourself. And in that phase, it's kind of interesting that, because we don't really, I believe we get only part, we don't get like sub-degree accuracy, but we get some parts of the earth rate based orientation. So it's kind of not necessarily the AKF filtering, but the whole concept that what we do with the biases. We partially observe something that is maybe useful or maybe noise. So that's kind of what I'm interested to see what happens.
Yeah, my question is a little bit also related with this one. So in your opinion, do you think that these sensors have the possibility to replace like these mock-ups, for example? So this, like currently we use for very high precisely measurements, we use mock-up studios to capture the motion.
Yeah.
So do you think that in near future these kind of devices or can replace the sensors, so that, for example, we are not confined to like say a specific place?
Yeah, I guess it's like nowadays it's the motion suit by Xsense is something like 30,000 euros, so it's a little bit expensive, and for sure it doesn't measure in the millimeter level, but I guess we are like approaching that it will be lots cheaper to do that. And then I guess with the cameras there's still something so often is hidden for some camera, so it's like maybe the combination is the way to go, that you get the both good, because the absolute accuracy of the cameras is the good thing. IMUs are always drifting somewhere, so it might be that we will get some combinations.
Okay, interesting questions for further discussions.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm here and I have some devices, so we can talk in the afternoon.
Yes, yeah.
Thank
yeah.
you.
So thank you once again. And this closes the morning session. We have about 1 hour. We are going to start at 1:30 with 2 more presentations here, and then there will be these new demos which we wanted to show also in the afternoon. So have lunch, have a break, and see you in 1 hour. Thank you.
Okay, maybe we can continue. So the ones who missed the introduction in the beginning, I'm Sarjanne Niemelä, CIVIT coordinator, and I will be presenting the afternoon speakers. So next up is Antti Kolu from Novatron, which is almost a Tampere-based company from Pirkkala. It operates in the earth-moving industry, whereas Antti Kolu has graduated from here, former Tampere University of Technology, and he has graduated in automation and information technology. And he has worked as a researcher and doctoral student here as well in the Department of Automation and Hydraulic Engineering. And at the moment, Antti is working in Novatron as a motion planning scientist, where he develops new innovations and world-leading solutions for earth-moving automation. And that's kind of the topic of Antti's talk, which is motion sensing for excavators. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so you heard my introduction already. About my presentation. Previously, people have been talking more about how to actually sense the motion of human bodies and etc. But my talk will be more about how to actually sense the motion of excavators and other large machines. So, first, I will give you a presentation about the company. What we actually do. It's probably not so familiar to most of you. Then I will talk to you why we actually need to do motion sensing for excavators, what do we actually benefit from it. And then I will move on to how we actually do it, and finally I will give you a sneak peek of the future of machine automation for excavators and other large machines in our view. But it's a good idea after lunch to start up with a video. So let's hopefully after this video you will at least have some kind of understanding on what Novatron actually does. So hopefully this has some sound. Okay, so on the video, you saw the machine excavator operator working with this large display in his machines. On that display, he was able to see the actual 3D model of the ramp that he was building, and he was able to see the machine and the bucket moving in the real-world coordinates relative to the actual 3D plan of that ramp that he was building. So that's basically the whole key that what we are currently doing. So the idea is that the machine operator would always have the information that how he should actually build the, or what and how he should actually build the construction that he is building, so that he can always see where the bucket is actually moving relative to the plan. So that traditionally this work of measuring that how the work had actually been done and how accurately it has been done was done by land surveyors. So basically men with measuring sticks and laser measurement devices coming after the excavator to actually do measurements of the actual surfaces. And if something was actually not correct, they were just they would just tell the excavator operator to how to actually make it correct, that you need to actually fill this area with 10 centimeters more sand or take 10 centimeters out from this area. So with our tools, this part can be basically left out and the operator can directly do the work accurately. So we are also nowadays part of German-based MOPA group. And as I said, our core competence is in digitalized earth moving and automation of mobile machinery. Our solutions, they include the actual machine control systems, but also, of course, the hardware, software, and also the services related to those. So we also offer free services for the people buying our products. So basically, the excavator operators always have a direct and free contact channel to our Novatron help desk, and they can actually help them in some cases if there is something wrong with the system or something wrong with the 3D model itself. We sell our products to individual contractors, but also to the machine manufacturers and municipalities and other players on the area. So, some facts about MOBA. So, Novatron is partly owned by MOPA, but mostly still owned by the family who started it up. The MOPA itself, it was started 72. Well, you can see the figures over there. It's a German-based company, and it has 18 different daughter companies around the world. Roughly around 600 people working for them. Their business segments are here. They basically started their work from the road construction site, or road construction. And there are roughly 20 manufacturers for road paving machines in Europe. And MOPA is supplying 90% of those with the blades that make sure that the asphalt layer is at the right thickness and it's leveled enough. Second segment is the waste management, where they, for example, supply services so that they can automate the billing procedure for the waste management, so that the waste management, or you don't actually have to pay for the empty bins that the waste management come and empty, but you only pay for the amount of waste you actually produce. So they include the measuring for how much waste has actually been produced. Third one is cranes and lifters, and the fourth one is earth moving. And the earth moving segment is basically Novatron. So Novatron is MOBA's earth moving expertise. And well, And here are some facts about Novatron. So it was founded in '91 just by one man. And so it has over 25 years of experience in developing machine control systems. We are based in Finland, in Pirkkala, as was told. And in Pirkkala, we still have our main office space, but we also nowadays have offices in Oulu and Helsinki. Novatron has actually been growing at least for the 5 years. For example, well, nowadays there are 100 people working for Novatron, or over 100 people, but just 2015 there were only 40 people working for Novatron. So just in 4 years the amount of people has actually doubled. And also one interesting fact is that almost 1/3 of our employees are actually working on R&D. So we are heavily investing in the research side of development. And just to give you an idea where everything actually started with, on the left side you can see the, well, not the first product, but one of the first products provided by Novatron, which is the depth measurement device for excavators. So basically this does the similar kind of stuff that the new system, but just showing one figure. So this shows the depth, how deep the excavator operator is currently digging. And for this one, he can only set levels, basically. So some level, and then compared to that level, how deep he is currently digging. As you can see, only had one button for zeroing the level. Then the second version on the right side, improvement. Now there is 2 buttons actually. One for zeroing the device and one for memory. But actually, I've been told that Novatron actually got quite a lot of complaints because of this one, because the operators were saying that this one was too complicated to use. So, well, nowadays we have 3D systems and so on, so we have gone quite a long way from here. So, globally, we are currently concentrating in the Northern Europe, mainly also because the digitalization of earth moving is growing largest in these areas currently. Elsewhere in the world, where we are sold, we are part of MOBA brand. So we are basically in Northern Europe, we are still known as Novatron, but in the rest of the Europe or in the world, we are known as part of MOBA group. And our business segments include the digital infrastructure construction, which is basically the machine control systems that you already saw. Then the second one is automation of mobile machinery. I will show you some examples at the end of my presentation also. And then the third one is the actual OEM components that we are building, actually in or developing and manufacturing in Pirkkala. So that basically includes the sensors and controllers. For example, the G2 IMU that we are using in our control systems. So, that's about the company presentation. Then I will move on also towards why we actually need motion sensing for excavators. I have already given you a couple of examples how the excavators drivers work, but here is a video showing hopefully also how the digitalization and so on, also the motion sensing will help actually the whole process of construction.
Novatron, earth-moving automation. Since the early 1990s, Novatron, a part of the MOBA group, has been a forerunner in the field of earth-moving technology. Back then, it was all about machinery and manpower. Information technology was taking its first steps, and the idea of machines communicating with each other was just a dream. As digitalization continues to push societies towards all smart systems, the construction industry in general remains almost untouched by digitalization. But now, the hard and dirty work of earth-moving is itself under construction. With new possibilities provided by digitalization, robotization, and innovations in technologies, our pioneering solutions increase the productivity and quality of earth-moving to new levels, while making the work safer and more sustainable. Our offering covers everything from robotizing heavy machinery to digitalizing job site processes, and our proven systems and strong focus on open BIM benefit all stakeholders. Join the smart future of earth-moving automation. We have the knowledge and solutions to take you to the next level.
Okay, so about digitalization. What it basically all comes into in earth-moving industry is BIM models, so building information models. Basically, it means the life cycle management for the built environments. For example, usually when you start or we start building something out of nothing, first we need to gather the source information of the area where we are actually building the roads or buildings, which means that we basically need land surveyors doing measurements on the site, or sometimes we need 3D laser scanners to actually scan the area, or we might need to do some kind of test drills of the area to actually see what is under the soil. So that basically gives us the source information where the designer can actually start designing the actual model and the production, how the construction should be built. So the designer will actually decide what kind of layers there will be, if there needs to be multiple gravel layers, for example, if there needs to be where the pipings needs to go, and so on. So basically he develops the 3D model and the sequence of how the site should be built. Then this infra-BIM model will be passed on to the constructor. So basically the 3D design built by the designer will be shown to the excavator operator on our screens. So basically that is the information that is going from the designer to the construction site. So at that point, again, the excavator operator can directly see on his screen how the actual 3D model is looking at. So he can directly see what he should be actually doing. He can see all the different layers related to that, which layer he should be working on, what kind of layers he needs to be doing next. And of course, he can also see the work, how he is actually doing the work currently relative to the actual plan. And sometimes, of course, there might be also some complications. There might be on the construction site, there might be extra sewering pipes or something like that found, which are not part of the plan and were not actually found from the source data. So in that case, the infra-BIM also gives the possibility to actually send the information back to the designer. So the machine operator can actually directly on his screen save the location information of the endpoint of the bucket, which basically means that if there is some sewer pipe found from the site, the excavator operator can just place the bucket on top of that sewer pipe and just press one button on our display, and the information is actually saved on the infra-BIM model that the designer can then see directly from his screen. So he can directly have the information what was actually found on the work site and where it was found. And then the designer can, of course, redesign his work, and the model is then again updated to the construction site. So this whole digitalization brings that kind of benefits, and it shows where does our products actually come in. So also, when we are building, we also need to verify how we have actually built the whole construction site. So again, traditionally, there would be land surveyors with laser measurement devices, measuring sticks, so on, to actually measure what the end result actually looks like. But again, with our tools, we can just place the bucket at the level of the surface, and we can just save the information what is the surface of this layer currently. And that information is saved into the InfraVim model. So again, no extra need to do extra verification work. So then, when everything is basically done, the maintenance crew or the maintenance will have the information of how the actual worksite was supposed to be built and how it was actually built. So both information. And again, if something actually needs to be changed in the future, there will be no need to actually gather new source data, but there will be already the information from the previous round for all the necessary information. So, what kind of hardware is actually related? You can see that, of course, we have the 3D, or we have the display showing the 3D material. We have the control computer, and then we have GNSS devices for actually getting the information of the position of the excavator in the real world. Then, to actually calculate the position of the bucket, we use our own IMUs, which will be located in the frame, boom, arm, and bucket of the excavator. So basically, we will have the kinematic link from the GNSS poles all the way to the end location of the bucket. That basically gives us the information what we need to actually do our work. Then we, in some cases, we might also need to have laser receivers for which actually can do the 2D laser measurements of the level, but that's a bit different story. As already told by previous presenters, I guess you are already familiar with GNSS, but I will just give you a small presentation of how the disturbances of the GNSS actually affect our work. So basically, the GNSS signal itself is, if we try to make our measurements just based on that, the accuracy is within meters. If you actually want to get within centimeter accuracy, then we need to use RTK GNSS, which basically means that we have a correction signal telling us what kind of disturbances are affected by this GPS. So there can be, for example, atmospheric disturbances. Sometimes there is some obstacles actually on the way, stuff like that. But the most, what RTK GNSS can fix are the atmospheric disturbances. For example, there can be a base station on the worksite provided by us, and basically that location of that base station is known. And when we know the location of that base station, we can recalculate that the base station should actually be here, but the GNSS data shows that it's actually shown in here. So all the GNSS devices in that worksite, we need to redo this basic mapping from this place to this place. So actually the correction is also location related, and that's why sometimes you might need a local base station at the worksite. There are also correction signal providers in Finland that cover basically the whole area of Finland, but in some cases that correction signal might be, or it might not be good enough for actually getting the accuracy that we need, and in that cases we might need the local base station. So what does our product actually look to the excavator operator? On the left side you can see a view of a layer that the operator is supposed to do. And you can see that the excavator is shown on top of that pile, so the excavator operator has already done something like that in the real world. So he is already trying to make the actual model of the surface. So there is a 3D view of the whole area with the 3D model of the plan. But then in the lower sections you can also see closer information of where is the bucket actually relative to this plane that he is actually trying to build. So from this view you can see that the operator can quite easily see how he needs to correct his bucket to actually get correct results. For example, right now it shows that the bucket is 14 centimeters below the wanted surface, so it's quite easy for him to actually fix the error. On the right side then, you can see actually a bit more complicated example, which probably shows a real life example, because it actually shows multiple different layers on top of each other. So the actual model would look something more like in the right image, and on that image the excavator operator would then just need to select which layer he or she is actually working with currently. Well, I've been talking about excavators, but our systems will also be available, or are also available for other machines. For example, the drilling rigs, where you can, or the machine operator can navigate to the next drilling hole, and they can also save the information of the depth of the drilling holes and so on. Rollers, where the operator can see the pass count, how many times he has actually passed one segment of the area he is supposed to roll over. Because quite many times the designer actually designs the layers so that a layer needs to be passed 5 times with a roller so that it's compacted enough. If it's too compacted or not compacted enough, it's not good enough. So basically they need to do quite exact work to actually get good compaction results. Then others, loaders, dozers, telescopic boom excavators, which are not that common in Finland, but at least in Europe they can be found. And then dredging rigs, which is ruoppaus in Finnish. Okay, so that's about our products and how we are actually doing motion sensing, and how it actually benefits the excavator operators. Then I will move on forward to actually show what is how we can actually use our systems to do more automation for the excavator operator. Okay, I guess that explained everything. Okay, just to recap a bit. So, What the idea is that using our current setup and by adding a couple of components, we can actually add the automation level of the excavator. So we will still have the G2 IMUs in the frame and the bucket and the arm and so on. To actually get the kinematic chain, we will still have the GNSS pole to actually get the position, but what we will add is the automation unit which will be connected to the ECU of the excavator. And then through that we can actually get the sensor information of the pressures, of the locations of the sensors and so on, and we can control the hydraulic valves. So basically after that part we have control over the excavator. At some times we also might need to add the rotation encoder between the frame and the undercarriage in some cases. Just to give you an example what this actually means and what we can actually do with it, if this works. Nope. Okay, well, that won't play. But the idea is that we can actually, for example, automate the grading of level surface, which is actually, it sounds quite easy, but there are actually quite many moving parts in the excavator, and the excavator operator needs to manually control each of them. So basically, by manually controlling each of the joints, the excavator operator would need to make leveled surface for the whole amount of the grading that he needs to do. With our system, we can basically just set the level that what kind of level we actually want to make, and in what kind of angle we want to actually grade that level. And that would actually just give us a perfectly leveled surface each time. So it basically helps the excavator operator quite a lot by removing the extra work that he needs to do. And especially for new excavator operators, this can be quite challenging. Of course, with more experience, the excavator operators can get quite handy with those machines, but especially for newcomers, this can be a quite difficult task. Other possibilities can include, for example, swinging limits or different kind of limits. For example, in tight spaces, in cities where there is not that much space, we can limit the amount of the workspace where the excavator operator can actually work in. That way we can make sure that the inexperienced operator, for example, won't hit the opposite building or something like that. So these are currently under development. And just to give you also a quick information where we are actually heading also in the future. So these are the steps of technology on how we actually see it. So everything starts up from the manual work process into mechanical work and so on. And in the information stage, we actually start gathering information of the whole environment in digitalized form. That basically gives us tools for aiding, giving assisted features for the excavator operator, and from there we can go on to actually doing automatic sequences, which is basically what where we are currently. So basically we can do automatic sequences such as grading or something like that. Next steps would include the actual remote operation, so the excavator operator wouldn't need to be at the location anymore, but he can be somewhere else. Then the machines would actually do even more automatic tasks. there wouldn't be, the human wouldn't actually need to press any buttons anymore to actually make anything move automatic. Autonomous actually means that the individual excavator is fully autonomous, and then the final step is that the individual excavators are actually cooperating between themselves, so there is no human intervention actually needed anywhere anymore. So those are basically the plans, how we see that the future technology is developing. About the demonstrations, I will have actually a couple demonstrations. I have a G2 IMU sensor that you can play around with. I will connect it with my computer, and you can basically see the information that it produces and how fast it is and so on, and we can discuss it further over there. But then I will also have a fully functional demo setup of our Excite Pro device, which also has simulated boom, so we can actually move the boom by hand, and we can see how it actually moves on the screen for the excavator operator, and we can see some 3D models also on the screen. Okay, yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Antti. And are there any questions for Antti? Okay, seems like we're done. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, and next up we will have our last presentation for today. It will be on a quite a different topic. So here we have Mikko Karsisto from Keho Interactive, and the title of his topic is Virtual Studio Solutions. So Mikko is the CEO of Keho Interactive, which is a Tampere-based company. Keho Interactive develops and operates one of the most advanced virtual studios in the industry. And in addition, it offers animation and digital performance capture services for games, movies, and television, and other motion-based digital services. So Mikko will tell you more about it, and Mikko and the other guys from Keho Interactive will be hosting demos in the afternoon as well. Go ahead, Mikko.
I guess it's on. Okay, my name is Mikko Karsisto. I'm from Keho Interactive. Like she said, we do virtual or extended reality for television. I can see pretty many familiar faces. Some of them are from our company here, and some of them are our customers. But let me show you some, actually, before showing you anything, let me tell you a little bit of history, what we did to become a virtual reality company. So we were, there's 5 of us in the company. We were doing different things, like some of us were working for Yle, the Finnish broadcast company. Some of us, we were developing games. And when we were developing the game, we noticed that our game was a quite animation-intensive game. So we needed a lot of animation. And because we were a really, really small company, just a few people, we knew that we cannot just go and buy motion capture services from like Hollywood, or we couldn't use stock animation because the game was animation intensive, and if we use stock animations like walk animations, it would never be our game. It would just be a generic animation. So we decided to build our own motion capture system here in Tampere. We developed it a couple of years and used it to get our own animations for the game. At the same time, other people were developing this project called Mediapolis here in Tampere. It happened in the Yle premises and Technopolis premises in Tohloppi, where the second biggest Yle site of Finland is. And somehow they knew that we were doing motion capture, basically. And they called us, do we want to start developing a motion capture studio here in Tampere? Think about whether that could be a feasible business. What can you say? Of course we did it. We went to the Yle premises and started developing a much more advanced motion capture system than what we had in the city center of Tampere. A few years went by, we did a few nice motion capture projects, and then we realized that the motion capture isn't the only thing that you can do with the motion capture system. You can actually track TV cameras and build a virtual studio system. Okay, Yle had already a virtual studio system dated how many years back? Like a 10 years old system, working still pretty well, but in need of an update. So we started thinking about updating the system. And this is our first little demo that we did with the virtual studio system, combining the motion capture. I'll just let it run. Ilmari here, the human man, is one of our team members. So already at that time it was a real-time system, and based on that tech we started to develop the virtual studio. That was a fun experiment. I don't remember exactly when that happened. I think it was around 2015. Yes, 2015. Moving on from that, this is where we are now, or 1 year ago. As you can see, most of the stuff we do is with Yle Sports. We also do some stuff with Yle Children and some other companies. But we are based in the Yle premises, and we are able to use their technology while we develop our own. And we operate the Yle's virtual studio, and that's the stuff that you saw. But like you saw, we were present in the Korean Olympics broadcast team, and this is one of the things that we went there to do. Let me show you quickly what it is.
Perinteisen kaistaa koko matkalle. Ensimmäisessä nousussa on 4 kaistaa, koska pystytään käyttämään tätä vappaan puolen ylösmenolla tuo vappaanossuuksella ja sitten Pertsalla tätä Pertsan puolta. Ja,
so it's basically just it's AR for television.
Ensimmäinen nousu, joka on erittäin
just like any AR. It's the same. You lay artificial content on top of real content. AR for television. This is what we went there to do. But what actually was more interesting for the production team, they came up with this idea of transferring people that were based in Pyeongchang, transferring them to the studio, which was located in Pasila. So they came and asked, can we do that? We thought, okay, let's give it a shot. Let's try to do it. So we started experimenting with the live video feeds and connections from Pyeongchang. And it started working pretty well. There was a huge, 15-second delay back and forth between Pasila and Pyeongchang. But the system started working so well that Yle actually bought a bigger connection. They bought some bandwidth, and we started doing this the next day. The first day was the prototype, and the next day was the real production, where they bought some big bandwidth connection to Korea, and started making it better and better. So then this is what happened. It's a real-time connection between Pasila and Pyeongchang, where the presenter can talk with the guys in Pyeongchang.
Wappa Gangnam Style, Samin ja Kallen matka tuolla Soulin sykkeessä on herättänyt ansaitusti teidän mielenkiintonne, mutta mitä miehille itselle reppuun jäi tuosta matkasta? Eiköhän kutsuta Kalle ja Sami suoraan Pyeongchangista mukaan tähän lähetykseen ja antaa miesten itse kertoa.
Joo, kerro sä Sami ensin. Mikä sun mielestä on siistiä siinä?
Now here, this brings us to my first question. I have 2 questions for you guys. The first question is, how do we make that hologram person appear more 3-dimensional? Like you saw, it's basically a 2D plane, and when you move the camera enough, the viewer can see that it's not 3D, it's just 2D video on top of 3D real environment. Okay, for the community, we want a solution how to make this hologram person appear 3-dimensional as the camera moves. I'm just not expecting any answers to this. I know that many people are already investigating this. I've been talking to people here in this university about this, and it's quite interesting approach. But there must be many ways to do this, and let me know later today or some other time if you have some ideas. We want to make that happen as a business as usual in TV productions, because there's a huge need for this. I've heard from many places that, and actually you can see Telia is doing this with ice hockey broadcasts. Other people are doing this all over the world. They are all doing this with the 2D systems. Okay, we want a 3D system. Next up, green screen. We were visiting the IBC convention in Amsterdam and noticed that quite a lot of companies were moving from green screen to actual displays, so that you don't need to do the keying anymore. But well, that's one more I think it's quite a nice solution, but it's really expensive. We still use green screen, and this is the stuff that we currently do with green screen. So with the green screen, we can use the background graphics. We lay the real set and the people on top of that. Then we have the foreground graphics in front of the real people. We can do all that stuff with the green screen. But can we do that without the green screen? My second question. How would you get rid of the green screen? I mean, what we want to do basically is to separate the using distance to objects to separate them. We want to, from the video feed, we want to only see whatever is between 3 and 4 meters from the camera, for instance, or some other way that you can come up with. We just want to get rid of the green screen. We want a magic button that will clear out everything from the video but people, or everything else but what happens between 3 and 4 meters from the camera. And we want to keep the possibility to replace that with the background graphics, and again lay foreground graphics on top of the people, if you know what I mean. Another thing that I don't expect anyone to answer now, but again, I've seen a demo here in these premises of how that could be done with a depth sensing system. We just don't have it, and we don't have any, like one of the problems with these, the things that you guys develop is that you do kind of a groundbreaking studies and lots of science stuff that has the basis for a real application and a really well working like solution to a problem. But the university usually doesn't develop it as far as when we can take it and start using it. That's one of our problems, because it takes a lot of money for that invention to become something like a viable solution for us to use. I don't know. This is not one of my questions for you. It's just some food for thought. How could we start using something? Where can we find the funding to start developing together with you something that is not like it's just a basis for a solution. It's an algorithm, it's a prototype, it's something that you bolted together from a real sense or Kinect or some video cameras and stuff like that, how to take it further towards a solution that we can start using. That was not the question. This is the question. But okay, any case, these are my 2 questions, and I'll be there present in the demos that start shortly in half an hour. Grab me by the neck if you find a solution for these questions, or if you want to ask questions. Actually, I guess we have some time for questions now, if there are some.
Yeah, so Mikko asked his questions. Do you have any for Mikko?
So in the live TV, does everything always run smoothly, or do you get some hacks that you need to do right away?
Sorry, I didn't quite get.
When you have something in live, like in the national TV,
Yep.
are you there if something going wrong? You need
Yes.
to fix the code right away, or is it running smoothly all the time?
At this point, we are developing a system. We are using it in live production, but it's always in development. And that's kind of our strategy also. It's not a ready-made system. It will never be a ready-made system. Actually, at Yle premises, we have the control room, and it's laid out so that we have 2 tables there. We have a table with a development version of the system, and then 2 meters in front of that, we have a table with the production version of that same system. So we can run the development version or the production version. And every time we run, let's say, an FA Cup game, there's something new. We are changing hardware, we are adding more features, doing stuff like that. And well, you can bet that we are there, and you can bet that there are always something going wrong before the live show. We managed to avoid anything like breaking down catastrophically during the live show, but it's in development, and it will always be in development. That's our kind of way to do it.
Can you share the story about what happens if it breaks down and it's still quite nice looking about the Winter Olympics?
You mean well, yeah. In the Olympics, we did camera tracking the same way as we are doing there now. So we are doing it with the motion capture system. There are many ways to track a camera. Like the boom camera, Technocrane can have its own tracking system built in. But we were doing it optically. And it requires a nice environment to be able to do that. And also it requires that there are no mirrors nearby the camera, because it messes up the whole optical system. So one of the presenters actually was dressed like a big disco ball. Her dress was completely made out of mirrors, and we didn't know that beforehand. When they started rehearsing the program like 15 minutes before going live, we saw that, okay, this is going to work as long as she stays well away from the camera itself. Then going live, and she didn't. So the whole system like went bananas, and the world went upside down, and virtual screens start flying away, and there was a snowfall on screen, a virtual snowfall. You can see that also there. When we came back from Pasila, I called my father and asked if he saw what happened, and he didn't know what I was talking about. Okay, didn't you see that when the whole world went upside down and everything started flying? Oh, I thought it was just a snowstorm. Like the snow started going upside down, and the screens flew away and all that. Okay, yes, we did that on purpose. Yeah, that's actually the biggest thing that went wrong, and it wasn't so big.
Any other questions? All right.
With the improved bandwidth that you had during your broadcasting, how much delay did you have between the Olympic side?
How much delay?
Yeah.
I think it was half a second going from Korea to Pasila, and then another half second back, so not bad.
And one personal concern, the way that you start adding these graphics to the screens, I'm worried that at some point we would see a lot of this deep fake image on the TV shows also. The ones that speakers are also made by prior trained networks rather than people.
I don't know, it could happen.
Have you ever tried anything like that?
Do you mean that we would 3D scan something and then play it back later?
Yeah, or you gather the videos of the speakers, so just in case that if they don't show up, you would have fake of them?
Well, we also did that in the Olympics, because there's a time difference between Pasila and Pyeongchang. So only some of the shows were live, and then during their daytime we recorded some stuff, or they recorded some stuff, and then when there was a night in Pyeongchang and primetime TV here in Finland, we played back that stuff. So technically it doesn't matter if it's real time or recording. But it was kind of well thought out that if it's an interview, of course it's live, but then later on in the evening show, these people from Pyeongchang were just telling about their day, so it wasn't an interview, it was just something that they were talking about.
More questions? Right, if not, let's thank Mikko.
Thank you.
Okay, so this makes the end of our presentation sessions. Thank you, Mikko. And then I guess we'll start the demos and this interactive session earlier. Hopefully, yeah. So we are scheduled for 3 o'clock. Then we expect to get some snacks by this time. So if not everything is available at this time, so be patient. But otherwise, you are invited to the CIVIT premises, and then let's see in action this augmented reality based on optical motion capture. And also the Novatron's demos will be now also there. From my side, thank you for coming and attending this technology day. I think it was an interesting event, and looking forward for maybe the next ones soon. Thank you.